Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I am your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and today we are going to go over and analyze the recent debate discussion that happened between Muhammad Hijab and ADNAN Rajit, and the absolute humiliation that Rajit suffered at the hands of Hijab. MashaAllah, Muhammad Hijab did an excellent job really putting his finger on the contradictions, the constant double standards, the hypocrisy of ADNAN Rajit, who is a shameless person, really. And I think a lot of people realize that in this discussion. Obviously, we had a watch party a couple of days ago on Tuesday, and we saw this dismantling of pretty much everything that Rajit stands for. But we had a watch party. It went for over 5 hours, their conversation. And so we won't go through the whole thing, obviously. I selected some highlights, the most blatant examples of hypocrisy, double standards. And I'm going to give some analysis. I'm going to give some reactions to it, inshallah. And I'm also going to address some of the criticisms that I've been getting for a long time now. But also more recently from not only the Wahhabis, but also the compassionate Imam side, or the fanboys of the compassionate Imams. We're going to look at some of that as well, because the overall theme, what the Wahhabis and the compassionate Imams agree on, is that Daniel is a liar. Daniel lies. Daniel misrepresents. And this is their common refrain. This is how they try to discredit me when I point out their un-Islamic views, their anti-Islamic views, how they're damaging the ummah, how they're damaging the interests of the Muslims, how they're violating the tenets of Islam and creed, fundamental ideals and values of Islam. They deflect from that in the same way that all of the liars of history deflect, by returning the accusation, by saying, no, you're lying, you're misrepresenting. So I'm going to vindicate myself, okay? And some of the vindication is going to be vindication from 5 years. I was called a liar, 7 years ago, okay? Nearly 7 years ago, I was called a liar on a certain issue. And I didn't really pull that out, point that out. But now I think it's time, okay? Now is the time to actually show the receipts. And I've had the receipts for a long time, but I just never felt like bringing it out. But now I think it's relevant. And it's related to one of these Medkhali, Wahhabi, bootlickers, absolute scum, John Fontaine. Gonna put him on blast later in the episode, inshallah. So it's not just Rajit. It's some of these Rajit supporters who are gonna get some as well. And we're gonna see, these are people who call me liar. They constantly try to blacken my name. And so, I'm a peaceful person. I'm a peaceful person. I let him for 7 years run his mouth, this John Fontaine. Most of you don't know who he is, but he's a Medkhali bootlicker. That's all you need to know about him. And a supporter of Yaqeen Institute and the Compassion Imams. Okay, but he's also a warrior for Aqidah and Tawheed, as we'll see. So I'm just going to bring out some receipts. Because these people like to yap. They like to run their mouths, and they're writing checks with their mouths that they can't actually cash. So we're going to cover that, inshallah. And a couple of other people. There are some surprises I have for you, because people make claims against me, and I have to be more harsh in responding. I have to be more harsh in setting the record straight when they accuse me of lying. And we'll talk more about that. But the first thing is first, which is going and reacting to some of Rajit's biggest blunders. And the whole thing, it was such a headache to watch that. And I was really feeling for Hijab, because I was in that situation. I had a 7-hour stream with Rajit, and the problem with Adnan Rajit is I don't know like where he was raised. Like, was he raised in a barn? Was he raised like, did he not have parents that taught him not to interrupt people when they're speaking? He can't have a cordial civil discussion with anyone. So 7 hours, you're trying to get a sentence in, you're trying to make a point, and he just cuts you off. He interrupts you constantly. And then you have to get more aggressive to to speak and to insist on your point. And then he cries victim. he cries victim. Oh, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting? Like, bro, this is the kind of cadence that you've created with your constant interruptions. Now I have to interrupt, and then I'm the bad guy. And that happened with Hijab as well. And you could see the frustration in Hijab's face, in his voice, in his posture. After the first hour, he was slouching and just having very clear that he's having a headache. So he had to beg Rajit that, look, I need to leave now. I need to go to sleep. So, yeah, I mean, this is, and I also had a headache too after that. I had a headache trying to like follow this nonsense. But Hijab did a great job, mashallah. My overall assessment is that Hijab stuck with his guns. Hijab did not moderate his position. He did not backtrack. He has maintained the same talking points, and he has insisted on them that, look, Ibn Abdul Wahhab is not connected to Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah had very different views on Aqidah, on Takfir, etc. Number two, that the Wahhabis, the early Wahhabis, they were terrorists. Like, we would consider them to be terrorists if they did what they did now, what they did in the past. That's number two. And number three, the only reason that Wahhabism is not criticized for what it is because of Arab nationalism, bigotry, and racism. Those are the 3 points, and Hijab stuck to that in this discussion with Rajit. So, excellent job. And as we'll see, he really cornered Rajit in many places, brought out the contradictions, brought out the hypocrisy and the double standards. And it's so disgusting. Like, it's so disgusting to see this guy. And that's our sense of justice as Muslims, by the way, right? Because even if you don't accept what I have to say on any issue, at least as a Muslim, as someone who has Iman, and even those who don't have Iman, even the non-Muslims, it's part of the fitrah. You just are disgusted by hypocrisy. You have a natural disgust and aversion to hypocrisy and double standards. Like, that's one of the main reasons that everyone has now turned on the Zionists and the state of Israel, because they are the biggest criminals. They're the biggest bloodthirsty, mass murdering criminals, bigots, supremacists, but they accuse everyone else of those things. And so that double standard is so repulsive. It's so disgusting. It's so vile that the Muslims and the non-Muslims, we just hate it. We just hate that hypocrisy. And that really came out in this discussion with Hijab and Rajit. And the comments reflect that. I don't know if you saw the comments. So on my channel, The Watch Party, very anti-Rajit. Okay, that's expected. But even on Hijab's channel, okay, Hijab's followers are not necessarily on my side. They're not necessarily supporters of my positions. They're not even necessarily supporters of the idea that Muslims should unite and create a pan-Islamic bloc against the Zionists. They're not necessarily on board with that either. But look at the comments. The comments are overwhelmingly anti-Rajit, overwhelmingly angry with Adnan, disappointed, shocked, disgusted, saying that this guy shouldn't even be allowed to do dawah because he's so inconsistent. He's so dishonest. How can you be a da'iyah? How can you say that I'm calling to Islam with this level of hypocrisy? And so there are comments like that I'll show you as well. So yeah, that's been the reaction. And that's why I think his career is over, inshallah. His career is over. Like, the Muslims do not have time for these inconsistent, dishonest people who are just carrying water for the Gulf countries, for the UAE, for the worst of the worst, allies for Israel. They won't criticize. They just repeat the talking points coming out of Dubai. And the ones coming out of Dubai are coming from Tel Aviv. That's the isnad. Okay, it's coming from Netanyahu to Ben Gvir to MBZ to Rabbi Ferris to Adnan Rashid. Okay, that's the isnad of these lies. There's no place for such people in the dawah effort online or elsewhere, anywhere actually. And hopefully you agree with me. Like, if you had any doubts about this guy, okay, if enough wasn't exposed about his hypocrisy, his lack of adab, his lack of basic self-control, he can't stop himself from interrupting when someone speaks, his incoherence, his blatant lies. If you didn't already know the kind of person that Adnan Rashid is, hopefully by Tuesday, by watching any portion of that 5-hour stream, you now recognize who we're dealing with here. You recognize who we're dealing with, who is the one who's calling me a liar, who is the one who's saying that we have to love Hindus and Jews, and he's praying for Netanyahu to go to Jannah. He prays for Benjamin Netanyahu to go to Jannah. We'll play that clip. Like, that's who we're dealing with. So that's gonna be our show. I think it'll be a good one, inshallah. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. You know, if you like this kind of content, hit the like button. Subscribe to our newsletter. The newsletter is linked in the description below. And that newsletter goes out every week, once a week. And it's a good place for a summary of everything that we've been putting out on MuslimSkeptic. If you can't follow all our content on all the channels, the highlights are going to be there and summarized in the newsletter. It's a good resource. It's your one-stop shop. So you have to submit your email address, and we'll send you that, inshallah. We'll send you the newsletter once a week. Link is in the description below. Okay, so let's get started. I want to start with a more general point. And we had one of the MuslimSkeptic team members emphasized to me that I should like talk about the more general point so that people don't get lost in the details. Okay, because one of the big criticisms of Daniel, as I mentioned, is coming from not only the Wahhabis, but also the liberals, the feminists, the compassionate imam simps. And they say that, oh, Daniel is for unity. But then, on the other hand, he criticizes the compassionate imams. What kind of unity is that? This kind of argument. And the best way that I can address that argument is maybe a meme. Okay, this is a meme that I've shared in the past. Not on the show, I don't think, but the duality. Okay, the duality of Goy. And this is a meme that's been made about, you know, the American politics or Western politics, the left wing versus the right wing. Okay, so the left wing, you have Free Palestine. Okay, great. Free Palestine. But they love every degenerate aspect of liberalism, secularism, feminism that's being forced upon society by these institutions. This meme says, oh, it's Jewish culture. I don't accept that. Like, liberalism doesn't come from Judaism. Okay, they adopted it. They adopted it in the same way that these compassionate imams have adopted it. But the degeneracy comes from liberalism. It comes from this Enlightenment ideology that came in the 17th century to the West in the modern age. Okay, so Free Palestine, but we love, you know, feminism. We love liberalism. All our entire conception of the world and values are on the basis of liberalism and secularism, separation of church and state. The state should not impose values, religious beliefs. The state has to be neutral. The state has to be, you know, secular. Like, all these values. We have to have equality between men and women in the household. We have to adopt all of these new laws, feminist laws, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to custody of children and divorce, when it comes to distribution of property. They accept all of that. Okay, that's the left wing. The right wing, oh, Israel is our greatest ally. This is the Donald Trump, the MAGA. Okay. And so that right wing is going to reject, say, some of the excesses of feminism. Like, they'll reject OnlyFans. They'll reject LGBT in schools, for example. They'll reject abortion, for example, like these culture war issues. Even though in reality, MAGA accepts the underlying premise of liberalism and secularism and feminism, but put that point aside. But Israel is our greatest ally. So the point is, this is the duality. It's two sides of the same coin. It's two sides of the same coin with the left wing and the right wing. They're both serving the ultimately the same purpose, which this meme is saying it's Jewish subversion. I don't agree with that completely. I would say that this is like Western imperial Enlightenment values, Western imperial Zionist project. Like that's, both sides are in one way or the other advancing those interests. That's what I would say. The same duality exists in the Muslim community with the compassionate imams, the liberals on one side, the liberal Muslims, the feminists, the turban hijabis on TikTok shaking it and saying that they don't trust any male scholar, etc. They don't care about hadith, etc. That's on one side. And on the other side, you have the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis who will reject, the excesses. Just like the MAGA tards, they'll reject the excesses of the liberal, homosexual, feminist project. However, they'll say Iran is our greatest enemy, the greatest threat. The greatest threat is Iran. The greatest threat is that we're not united on Aqidah, the correct Aqidah of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Both sides are serving the same project, okay? The compassionate imams, who are they serving? Okay? Why is this messed up? Sorry. Half of my screen is gone. Hold on. There we go. The compassionate imam side, they support that project. They support the underlying, even though they sugarcoat it with, oh, here's a hadith, or here is some Quran, or here's an inspiring story from the Sunnah, an inspiring story of this female companion, or this female Muslimah of history, or here's an inspiring, oh, I'm going to touch your heart. Okay, they have all the trappings, all the trimmings, and that's the deception. That's the deception, because the underlying message that they and their institutions push is what? Is feminism, liberalism, secularism, sometimes explicitly LGBT, questioning hadith, questioning the preservation of the Quran, okay? Like someone like Yasser Qadi, who is part of these institutions, part of the Dawah Mafia, okay? So that, do you see? That's the compassionate imam side. And then on the Wahhabi side, they're constantly fighting against Muslim unity and weakening, either deliberately or inadvertently, doesn't matter, the same result, weakening the resolve of Muslims to unite against the Zionist Greater Israel project that's being used to cut up the Muslim world, serving the interests of not only the West and Israel, but serving the interests of these corrupt rulers, these monarchs, these royal families that are sucking up the resources of the Muslims, the wealth of the Muslims to enrich themselves, and they're abolishing the Sharia. They're secularizing Vision 2030. Let's have the Shakira concerts. Let's have the belly dancing. Let's have the naked dancers around the Kaaba. Two sides, okay? Two sides working towards the same end result. And so you're absolutely right that I'm extremely harsh against both, because both are serving the same purpose and both are damaging the Muslims. They're damaging the iman of Muslims, the resolve of Muslims to follow the Islamic tradition, to hold fast to the Quran and Sunnah. They're both damaging that. They're both damaging it severely, and they both have to be addressed. And if you don't see that, well, I've been trying to convince you for the past 15 years, 15 years almost of doing dawah, of writing, online, making videos, etc., social media posts, etc. So hopefully you're coming to see this, and we're going to touch on a lot of this, especially on the compassionate imam side. I'm going to give you a blast from the past. That's where we're going to talk about John Fontaine and others. And you'll see, some of this because it's shocking. It's shocking. So let's see. Here's a comment that I thought was really good. This was on Muhammad Hijab's channel. And this is someone who is so angry. That's what I liked about this comment. It was just full of rage. And this person says the sheer amount of lies from an Iraqi, okay, and Iraqi is writing this, Adnan, you disingenuous Khariji. Stop bringing up my country or my people like you care or have the slightest idea of what the hell went on. If Iran supported the Iraq War in 2003, what the hell do you call the Gulf countries' positions or Turkey's? Iraq was literally invaded through these countries. Iraqi homes bombed from the bases in your beloved Gulf. You disingenuous fasiq. Where were you then, Adnan? What did you say? Or are you scared the payments will stop coming through? A simple Google or Wikipedia search will show you that sectarian fighting in Iraq started after Iraqi Shias were killed en masse by Sunni extremist groups heavily linked to Saudi Arabia and Qatar, leading to the emergence of extremist Shia factions who also committed atrocities. Actually, it goes even way earlier than Al-Qaeda. AQ, Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein massacred Kurds. He massacred Shia, okay, in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. He gassed them. He destroyed their environment, the marsh Arabs in the south of Iraq. Okay, that's Sunni. Okay, are you not going to attribute that to Sunni Saddam Hussein? That always goes missing from the equation whenever these Wahhabis talk about Iraq. This was a civil war of disgusting proportion, and linking it to Iran alone is as disingenuous as it gets. Point number 3. Bashar al-Assad, as evil as he was, allowed weapons to flow to Palestinian and Lebanese groups, which is why Iran supported him. The majority of killing in Syria happened by Syrians killing each other. There were more Chechens, North Africans, and Southeast Asians fighting on the ground in Syria than there were Iranians. My uncle was killed in Syria right at the start of the revolution by these extremists for his name. Shia neighborhoods were shelled. Sayyidah Zainab shelled. Massacres happened in Shia areas before the emergence of, as mentioned before, Shia extremists. Google it. See the pattern. Did you see, guys, how he danced, meaning Adnan, danced around UAE's involvement in the slaughters in Sudan and Libya, or the Saudi involvement in the death, destruction, and famine in Yemen? Yeah, we all saw he danced around that. He was very uncomfortable, and he wouldn't even address it. Did you guys see how he danced around that? And this disgusting Zionist-worshipping Wahhabi has shown himself to have no integrity and is a scholar, quote-unquote, that shakes his hips to the highest bidder. They weren't wrong to call Adnan Rashid the GCC prostitute. I fundamentally disagree with a lot of Iranian influence in Iraq. But this is astonishing to say the least. No logic, no honor, and you want people to take religion from you? Question mark. Okay, so this is the kind of comments that we're seeing on Adnan Rashid. Just so angry, like you can just feel the rage. And this is someone who is not necessarily supporting Iran. He says that. He says, I don't necessarily agree that Iran should have this kind of influence in the Middle East. But you're lying, Adnan. You're a liar. This is the point that you see over and over again. And we're going to review some of the material. Okay, guys. I also forgot to mention that I'm going to read your super chats. So if you have a comment that you want me to prioritize, just let me know by submitting a super chat. How's the volume, by the way? Can you guys hear me okay? Just put a 1 in the chat if the volume is okay. I get insecure sometimes that I'm just monologuing and no one can hear it. Okay. That is good. Okay, so I'll read your super chats as we get through more of the material. Okay, so here is what else? Okay, so let's go through some of these clips.
India is a diehard enemy of Muslims. The current government, I'm not saying the Indian people, okay? Don't clip this and put it out. The Indian people are beautiful people with beautiful culture, okay? Okay, and I mean the overwhelming majority of the Indian people, they don't have anything against Islam and Muslims. It's the government, the current government, the BJP government is an extremist government. Their current prime minister was indicted for a genocide of the Muslims in 2003, the Gujarat. He was called the butcher of Gujarat. He was refused visa for the US until he became the prime minister of India. Amazingly, right? India is a
Okay, so this is, he doubles down because hijab came out and said, like, how can you have this kind of nuance and even supporting Muslim Hindu unity when you're so anti-Iran? And you have no kind of nuance when it comes to the 12 or Shia. You have no kind of compassion for them. And then he doubles down. He says that, well, the Indians are beautiful people, beautiful culture. It's just their government. People were pointing out, hey, newsflash, idiot. Newsflash, moron. Why do you think the Indian government is in power? This BJP government with Modi as the prime minister, it's because the majority of the country supports that. The majority of the Hindus are supporting the BJP. And then this clip that was put out has a screenshot of this chart that 85% of all anti-Muslim posts originated in India, US, and UK. So India is one of the most anti-Muslim countries that there are. And that's obviously, it's not just the government, it's the people. The people there are anti-Muslim. The people there are lynching Muslims for eating beef. And destroying, bulldozing mosques, bulldozing masajid, lynching Muslims, massacring Muslims. This is what's happening in India. And all that Adnan can say is like, oh no, it's just a few bad apples. That's shocking. That's shocking. This is the kind of attitude that he has. And is it connected to the fact that the UAE is very closely connected to India and the BJP, and they have good relations? And that's why the UAE is building Hindu temples and promoting Hinduism in India, in the UAE? It's a good question. Okay, so going to the Hindu temple question, look at what he says.
Consistent, just like you want me to be consistent. People are saying you're harsh on Iran. You're not talking about the temples being built in which is haram, which I have condemned publicly.
Okay, so do you think that if Abdul Wahab was alive today, do you think he would say about a country building temples that they are, what do you call it, Muslim?
He absolutely. If I, Adnan Rashid, a student, listen, my answer can say it's haram to build temples.
Haram, or is it not? Would they say this country is a Muslim country, or would they make takfir of the country?
I don't know. As I said, I'm not a Mufti, but
so they make takfir of the Ottoman for grave. Wait, Adnan, please, Habibi, let's be. This is not being academically honest.
Look at hijab, like he's ripping out his hair dealing with this retard, like dealing with this dishonest shill, this like Hinduism promoting shill. Okay, he's ripping his hair out because he refuses to acknowledge the point that's being made. Okay, the point that hijab is making here is he's saying that, and he made it earlier in the videos that we've covered from Sapiens Institute and his lectures on Ibn Taymiyyah and Aqidah. Hijab is making a very simple point. He's saying that Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers made takfir of entire regions, including the Ottomans, okay, and regions that the Ottomans were controlling, On the basis of what? On the basis of grave veneration. But it's not because everyone in those regions, like not everyone in the Ottoman Empire and the Ottoman Caliphate was venerating graves or like going and worshiping graves. Okay? And the Wahhabis knew that. But they had a chain takfir principle. And the principle is this, that even if you are not doing grave worship or venerating the graves, even if you're not doing it, if you're not takfiring the ones who are doing it, then you are a kafir as well. You are a kafir as well, and you're in the same boat. You're in the same boat as the grave worshippers, and if you're a grave worshipper, that means you're a mushrik, and in fact, you're a worse mushrik than Abu Jahl himself, than the Quraysh that fought the Prophet ﷺ himself. You are a worse mushrik on that basis. That's why all of these regions, the entire region or the entire village, you are all kafir mushrik. Not because everyone in that village or everyone in that region is venerating the grave, but because you're not takfiring them in the same way that we do, the Wahhabis, that's what makes you a kafir. So hijab is just applying that logic, that chain takfir principle to today. Today, you have these countries like the UAE and Bahrain that are building these Hindu temples. They're building the Hindu temples, and you have the people in those countries that they're not takfiring these rulers. They're not takfiring and waging jihad against these rulers. So according to the chain takfir principle, all of those in those countries, in the UAE, in Bahrain, or anywhere else, they're also kafir mushrik. Murtad, apostates. That is Ibn Abdul Wahhab's standard. So this is a simple point that hijab is making to Rajit. And Rajit is either playing dumb or he's really dumb. Okay, I think it's the latter or the former. I think he's actually playing dumb. And so, but Rajit is so dumb actually that he's going even beyond. Okay, he's actually denying things that he doesn't really have to deny. Okay, because he could say something like, oh, well, we don't know like what Ibn Abdul Wahhab would say, and he could make some other deflection, but he picks a deflection that makes him look worse. Because he says that it's not even shirk, it's not even kufr to build a Hindu temple.
Let me finish. Not being, wallahi, it beggars belief that this can be even...
my position. Hijab, I believe building temples in Jaziratul Arab is haram.
Imagine now, imagine Ibn Abdul Wahhab and others making takfir of people.
I don't know the Muftis.
Is it shirk? Is it kufr? I don't know, he says. He raises, I don't know if it's shirk or kufr to build a Hindu temple. It's haram, but I don't know if it's shirk or kufr. Imagine that. This is the guy who is policing others on aqidah. And he's calling others like mushriks. He's calling others. He doesn't know if you build a Hindu temple and you have idols brought in, for people to come and worship Shiva and Brahma, or maybe the lingam of Shiva, like penis worship, basically. You bring the penis in, okay? Adnan thinks, okay, Adnan bringing in the penis to be worshipped for his Hindu friends that he loves, their lovely culture, the beautiful culture of India with the lingam there, okay? Adnan brings it and places it there for them to worship. He doesn't know if that's shirk. He doesn't know if that's kufr to do that. So, I mean, I challenge the Wahhabis. Like, according to the Wahhabi standard, actually, for hijab to not, for Adnan not to know that building a Hindu temple with idols is shirk and kufr, that makes him, by chain takfir principles, that makes him a kafir, an apostate, according to the Wahhabis, according to Ibn Abdul Wahhab's principles. Imagine how ignorant this guy is. It's haram. Okay, it's haram. And even on that basis, he's not going to condemn the UAE. Even on that basis, he's not going to say anything negative about these Gulf monarchies who are doing the haram things. Even then, he'll say, I'm not a mufti.
Istighatha, but then you've got a country building temples, and then there's no takfir being made here. Do you think he would not make takfir on these people?
Hijab, I
Do you really
already
think that?
clarified. Okay, hijab, are you mufti?
Look at hijab, he just closes his eyes. He's like, oh, this retard, this moron. Look at hijab's face. Like, he just closes his eyes. Oh, so stupid. See, this is why, like, it's not only that you're stupid, like, you're just dishonest. Like, you won't acknowledge, like, a simple point. Like, he's not even a good propagandist. Okay? A skilled propagandist would understand, would have some kind of self-awareness to know, like, what you look like. Like, you look like someone who's trying to slip out of a clear contradiction, but you're doing it in the most clumsy way. You're doing it in the most clumsy way that discredits you. It makes you look retarded. So it's repulsive. It's repulsive. Hijab is repulsed. You know, you can just read it on his face. He's just too nice to say it.
Are you mufti? No. I know the
Look at hijab.
answer. No. Am I?
Look at hijab looking over to Zishan. Like, a look says everything, right? You know, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. Is that the expression? But yeah, a look is worth more than 1,000 words.
Mufti. No. Takfir is fatwa. Yes.
Takfir is fatwa. I'm going to takfir Iran. I'm going to takfir all the Shia, the Rafida, the Twelvers. Okay, that was another thing that we'll talk about. His equivocation on who are the Shia. Okay, he was trying to be slippery on that issue too. He was saying that, oh, the Twelvers, I have no problem with the Shia. I don't do mass takfir of the Shia. And then Hijab brings the tweet that has him saying the Rafid are mushrikeen, they're mushriks. Okay, a categorical, absolute statement. He's like, oh, no. The Shia are not all Twelvers. The Shia are not all Rafida. The Rafida are mushriks. Okay, so Shia, in conventional language, when we're talking about the Shia, we mean mainly the Twelvers. They're the majority. But, yeah, there are other groups. There are the Zaydis, Ismailis, whatever. So he's equivocating on that. This went viral. Okay, this went viral. Okay, because he was, again, everyone is innocent in the Middle East, according to Adnan's worldview, his understanding of history. There's been no crime or bloodshed. There's been no killing, no civil war anywhere in the Muslim world, whether the Middle East or South Asia, except Iran. Iran has been the only one who's been massacring and killing and genociding, and 6 billion have been killed. 6 billion Sunnis have been killed by Iran, but no one else. Everyone has been, it's been like a paradise until, you know, the Rafida came and destroyed everything. This is his view. This is literally the kind of way that he speaks. So then Hijab traps him again.
That neither Israel nor Iran should have weapons of mass destruction. They should not have these weapons because
Are you
they
happy
have
with
demonstrated.
Pakistan having them?
Pakistan hasn't killed. They haven't committed a genocide in another country. People.
See, he started out. Pakistan hasn't killed. That would be too ridiculous to state. Pakistan hasn't killed any Muslims. That's what he wanted to say, but then he realized he's gonna look like a retard. Then he changed it to genocide. Pakistan hasn't committed a genocide. Okay.
People do claim that they committed a genocide.
A lot of people say that that's not true. A lot of people argue about Afghanistan. They'll argue even within Baluchistan. They'll argue lots of things.
Okay.
Bangladesh as well in the 70s.
You want to discuss Pakistan? We can come to the geopolitics.
No, I mean, it's just, I just wonder where this is going because.
Give me one example. Give me one example of where Pakistani military went in and committed a genocide.
How many Bangladeshis were?
Give me one example.
Killed in the war with Pakistan.
So when people, you see this whataboutery is very insincere. When I mention crimes of Iran, and when I say they equal, if they are not, if they are, there were atrocities committed, absolutely no doubt. Absolutely no doubt.
How many people were killed?
But when people claim, like the Armenian genocide, people claim an Armenian genocide with the Ottomans or the late Ottomans. Let's say the Young Turks were in power by that time. The point is, when people claim numbers, okay, they must substantiate those numbers. Okay,
Yeah,
they must
so
bring
like
estimates.
a
Okay?
lot of
There are
the
people,
1970s, they're saying what was called East Pakistan at the time, which is Bangladesh now.
and
They say like
I,
200,000 people died. So God knows how many people died there. But the point
look,
is that maybe we should just say nuclear weapons shouldn't be given to anybody. You know, that's probably the better.
oh
You know,
yes, absolutely.
So this is a great example of this guy's dishonesty, okay? Because hijab is, and this is what they constantly do in all my debates as well. Okay, you have a certain standard for Iran, and you say Iran is evil, Iran is an expansionist state, Iran has committed crimes against Muslims. Then you point out, okay, well, granted, Iran, any kind of killing that they've done, their support for Bashar al-Assad, while Bashar al-Assad was killing hundreds of thousands of Syrians, okay, that's wrong. Any kind of support for Shia militia death squads in Iraq, that's wrong, okay? But what about Saudi blockade of Yemen that led to hundreds of thousands of Yemeni Muslim deaths? Okay. What about Saudi and UAE support for the civil war in Libya? Okay, that's led to thousands of deaths and the destruction of the country of Libya. What about the UAE support for the RSF committing a genocide in Sudan? What about Pakistan? Okay, bombing Afghanistan, supporting the US to bomb Afghanistan, okay, leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths. What about Bangladesh and the atrocities that were committed, okay, by Pakistan? So where's your consistency? What they say, what this fool like Adnan says, the dishonest people, they say that, oh, this is whataboutery. This is whataboutery. It's not whataboutery. It's asking for consistency. Have a consistent standard. Because you carry water and push propaganda and support these regimes, these governments, despite them having blood on their hands, despite them having all kinds of atrocities under their belts in their histories against the Muslims. You don't acknowledge that? You don't recognize that? So this discredits you. You're not actually an honest person who cares about the blood of Muslims, who cares about atrocities being committed, who cares about genocide against Muslims. You don't actually care about that. You're only using it as a crutch. You're only using it as a wedge to create animosity towards one government, one country that happens to be the biggest enemy of Israel. And we're not supposed to be suspicious of that. And we're not supposed to think that you're just using this in a convenient way for a political purpose that supports Zionism, that serves Zionism. You can cry that you are anti-Zionist and that you curse Zionists until the cows come home. You can repeat 1,000 times a day, I hate Zionism, I hate Zionism, I hate Israel. But it means nothing when you are actually doing the work of the Zionists. When you are attacking the enemies of the Zionists with even more vigor, with even more animosity, with even more belligerence against the enemies of Israel. Your lip service means nothing. Rajit. So a lot of people were very angry that this historian, self-declared historian, is saying that, yeah, well, Pakistan didn't do nothing wrong. Didn't do nothing. Pakistan, okay? In the 1970s. So then they dug up a tweet of mine where I point out that actually this claim that Pakistan killed 3 million Bengalis in the 1970s, this is an exaggeration. It's not accurate. It's anywhere between 30 to 100,000. Okay, those are more historically verified numbers. It's still an atrocity. It's still mass killing that Pakistan did against Bangladesh. Then Rajit, screenshots that and said, "Oh, see, look at Daniel's lies. He's a Zionist." Okay, here's let me pull it up. Says, in the uncut clip, you can see clearly that I'm saying atrocities were committed and they were very unfortunate. Like, that was in the clip. That was in the clip that we just listened to. Yeah, you say that there was atrocities, okay? Does that sound like denial or justification? Okay, it does sound like a denial in the context of what you were saying, because you're trying to make a distinction between Pakistan and Iran. You're saying Iran is committing all these crimes, and therefore they should not have access to nuclear weapons. They should not be supported. We can't ally with them. And you have a different standard for Pakistan. So that does, the implication is a denial. Okay, and it was only when hijab pushed you and showed you the numbers on screen that you had to make like some kind of wishy-washy concession, mealy-mouthed concession on that after you got pinned. Then he says, this guy, meaning me, said something similar not long ago. Conclusion, DH is using Zionist tactics. Okay, and so this is the tweet. The 1971 conflict between Pakistan and Bangladesh was tragic, and there is without a doubt wrongdoing on the Pakistan side. That being said, the popular history of this event, which claims that Pakistan killed 3 million in Bangladesh, is a complete hoax, fabricated and disseminated in large part by India. Because India wants to cause a rift between Pakistan and Bangladesh, because India knows that pan-Islamic unity between the Muslims of Pakistan and Bangladesh is going to be the end of their Hindu supremacy project. Okay, it is as fake as the popular propaganda circulated by the Indian government that Muslims killed 80 million Hindus in past invasions. The lie about the 3 million was designed to keep Muslims in Pakistan and Bangladesh divided and under Hindu domination. The actual number of deaths in the conflict is closer to 50 to 100,000. Okay, so where's the lie? Like, where did I lie? Where's the conflict between this statement, this tweet, and the clip that we played? Okay, this clip is showing that it was also 300,000. Okay, 300,000 is some estimate. Others estimate less. Still, tens of thousands at least were killed by Pakistan. Okay, so no one's denying the crimes of the Pakistani army, past or present. The only one who was denying it was Rajit until hijab had to set him straight. So even after, this guy has no shame. Even after the fact, he tries to distort it and says, I'm using Zionist tactics. I think we all know Rajit who's using Zionist tactics. Okay, let's go to the next clip.
In English, it's in English. Yeah, it's in English. Ibn Taymiyyah, may God have mercy on him, said, indeed, among the Imami Shia, despite the extreme ignorance and misguidance, there are people who are Muslim inwardly and outwardly. They are not heretics or hypocrites. Rather, they are ignorant and misguided, following their whims and desires. As for those others, their major leaders who are knowledgeable of the true reality of their esoteric doctrine, they are heretics and hypocrites. But as for their common folk who do not know their affair, they may well be Muslims. They may well be Muslims. Can you go to the Arabic? Click the Arabic. Sure.
Right, so hijab forced ADNAN to read this quote of Ibn Taymiyyah because ADNAN was claiming that he has the position of Ibn Taymiyyah on the Shia. This quote says that amongst the Imami 12ers, amongst the Imami Shia, there are believers among them. They're Muslim. So he doesn't make mass takfir of the 12ers, contrary to Adnan Rajit. So look at how he tries to weasel his way out of this.
They may well be Muslims.
Yeah, exactly right. So show that.
Okay. فقد يكونون مسلمين. فقد يكونون مسلمين.
That's Ibn Taymiyyah's position. If you just listen to this as well, now I've sent a second thing here. You just listen
so I have the same position. I have the same position.
Beautiful, but it doesn't come across that way because 1 second, let me just press that.
So
I have the same position as Ibn Taymiyyah. No, you don't. No, you don't. As he makes clear later.
So let me explain again. This is exactly my position. This is exactly my position.
Okay, fine, good. But let me put this. Press play.
Okay, he plays, I think he plays Bin Baz or Ibn Uthaymeen, saying the same thing basically, that not all 12er Shia should be mass takfired. Okay, that's not Rajit's position.
Adnan. So that's
I acknowledge this position. I acknowledge this position.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So since you said you agree with the opinions of Ibn Taymiyyah, which is the opinion that they're not kuffar in general until Iqamat al-Hajj is done, and they're Muslim until you approve it. So then then what you said, maybe you should delete those tweets that said that the Rafidis are kuffar. To be honest, because it comes across as you're making mass takfir. Because that's not your position. We've just acknowledged now that that's not actually your position.
No, show me a tweet where I said all Rafida are kuffar.
Okay, let's take a look at what looks like that.
Show me a tweet. Like, he says it so confidently. Just show me one tweet.
Go to the tweet where he says that the 12 of
No. I don't want something that looks like it. I want something that is it. Okay. Is it there? Okay.
I don't. He's so like no. Like, he thinks that he's got him. He's got hijab. Like, oh, show me the receipt, you liar. You're making stuff up. When in my days have I ever said that the Rafida are not Muslims as a group, as a whole? When? Oh.
If we just share this Instagram, no problem.
Okay. Let's read. So now. Yeah.
You said something that isn't. Here you said Rafida are mushrikeen, Zionists are kuffar. None of them are close to Islam.
Yes.
So you are saying that this, I promise you, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but your position is way more nuanced than that.
Let me do the tafsir of my own words.
Sure.
Let me do the tafsir of my own words. Rafida are mushrikeen. Okay, so the tafsir means that some Rafida are believers. What's the tafsir? The tafsir is actually opposite of what I wrote. I said that Rafida, just as a statement, Rafida are mushrikeen, Zionists are kuffar. None of them are close to Islam. Like, equating the Rafida and the Zionists, Jews, okay? None of them are close to Islam. Of course, he would never say Jew. Like, he loves Jews too much to say Jew. But the Rafida, the 12 are Shia, and the Zionists, they're kuffar. They're not even close to Islam. Now, let's hear his tafsir. And just remember, a second ago, he denied making any such statement.
Sure, I get it, but you must understand that you're saying that the Rafida are mushrikeen. That's clear takfir, mass takfir. That, as you saw with the list that you presented, is not how these scholars spoke. They said anyone who does this is a kafir. Anyone who
I'm saying
allow me to defend.
Yeah.
Anyone who done shatam of the Sahaba, they're kuffar. And then, as we've heard, Ibn Taymiyyah says Iqamat al-Hajj is important. Albani saying no, Abu Jahl. They're all saying these things. So the way as a Salafi, I don't understand. Look, as a Salafi, when I said what I said on Sneako's stream, why did that trigger you? Because I don't understand. This is a mainstream Salafi position.
Yes,
this is a mainstream. Ibn Taymiyyah takes his position. Albani takes his position. Ibn Taymiyyah
I take that position. I take that position.
But not the.
So let me explain. So let me explain. Let me explain. I will explain again that my issue was not.
He just got done like with an entire, and we're not going to go through the hour, showing quote after quote after quote to justify, because that was the whole basis of this conflict between Hijab and Adnan. Hijab went on Sneako's stream and he says that the belief that all of the Shia are kuffar, this is extreme and it's fringe. That's what Hijab said. And then these apes, these Wahhabi apes, started chimping out, and including Adnan, Rajit, that what are you saying? Of course they're all kuffar, because they reject this and they reject that. They insult the Sahaba, they reject Abu Bakr and Omar. Of course they're kuffar. That was their whole argument. That was the whole basis. And now you're going and presenting on the stream all of these quotes that you've misread. Like, you're stumbling through the Arabic. You can't even read a simple word in Arabic. And to justify that, yeah, they're all kuffar. They're all disbelievers. And then, but now you're saying, no, my position is your position. My position is Ibn Taymiyyah's position. And so Hijab is completely bemused. Hijab is just lost. What are you talking about? Then what was the basis of your disagreement with me? Why are you coming at me? Why are you criticizing me? If you agreed with what I said to Sneako. Anyway. So I feel sorry for Hijab having to deal with this retard. This was arguably the most shocking quote, or the most shocking part of the entire discussion. And this should, if nothing else disqualified Rajid, this should disqualify him in the eyes of any Muslim who understands what's happening in the world today. Because Hijab, again, like, puts Adnan in a position where his contradictions and double standards will come out. He says that, would you prefer a Middle East that is dominated by Israel or dominated by Iran? Okay, paraphrasing. That's the dilemma that he's presenting to Adnan. And Adnan will not commit. Adnan won't commit to either. And Hijab is saying, you have to pick one, in this hypothetical. Who would you want to win? And he won't respond, but then finally he reveals that actually he prefers Israel. And this is his explanation.
I see Iran as I see Israel. I see Iran, the Shia mullahs, the regime in Iran. I see them like Ben Gvir. I see them like Netanyahu. To me, Khamenei is Netanyahu. There are two major expansionist enemies in the Middle East against Muslims. Number one, Israel. Number two, Iran. Okay, you made a statement in.
So they're equal so far. The Netanyahu committing genocide against Palestinians. Estimates are that 500,000 to 600,000 have been killed. They're getting displaced. Okay, since October 7th. 600,000 Palestinians. Imagine that. Okay, since October 7th. That is equivalent to Khamenei. That's equivalent to Iran. Okay, imagine like how delusional you have to be. Imagine like what kind of a disgusting shill, okay, Tel Aviv propagandist you have to be to make that claim. Unit 8200 Mossad propagandist to say that Iran has killed anywhere near what Israel has killed, okay? Just from October 7th. Forget about all their other machinations in the Middle East, driving the invasion of Iraq in the first Gulf War, in the second Gulf War, driving all of the global war on terror that has killed over 4 million Muslims since 2001. Let's put all that aside. Hey, just since October 7th, 600,000 killed by Netanyahu. Ben Gvir saying that we're going to burn everything in Lebanon. We're going to level Lebanon, burn everything in Lebanon, kill everyone in Lebanon. That's Ben Gvir. Rashid is saying that's exactly like Iran. That's exactly like the mullahs. Like, imagine how delusional and hateful you have to be. Like, you don't have to be a fan of the Iranian government. You don't have to be a fan of Khamenei, Khomeini before him, anyone. You don't have to like Iranians in general, but can you have like a basic grasp of reality? Like, can you have a basic grasp of reality and history and facts? Like how? Anyway, it's such a shockingly disgusting statement.
In a podcast that Iran is not an expansionist country. If there is an expansionist country, practically speaking, in the Middle East, it is Iran. Israelis for the last 70 years, they're still struggling in the West Bank and in Gaza. They're still struggling to occupy that land. Now they have taken some land in Lebanon.
Cool. So he minimizes Israel's action. Oh, in 70 years, they're having so much trouble. They're having so much trouble in Gaza and the West Bank. Okay. And then the clipper put the picture of like Israel's continuous expansion. This is not expansionism, according to Adnan Rashid. They're having trouble. They're having, unlike Iran taking over everything. Okay, in the Middle East, because we know how Iran's territory has been expanding. So look, like, can you believe this? Like, can you believe someone actually saying this? Like, if you put this, like, if you told me that the most hardcore Zionist Jew settler was saying this, I'd say, yeah, that sounds pretty much in line with their propaganda. Even the Zionists aren't this brazen. Even the Zionists have a little bit of shame. Even the Zionists will say, yeah, I don't agree with everything that Netanyahu does. Like, even the Zionists will be a little bit more sober in making these kinds of claims. But not Rashid. Rashid goes the full Monty. Rashid goes the full blown. They have 70 years. They hardly have occupied anything. Hardly. Like, it's barely noticeable. It's barely noticeable what Israel has done. They're not expansionist. Iran is the expansionist. We know how the Iranian borders have been expanded constantly.
When I say Iran is an expansionist power, okay, And the Muslims are facing two choices now in the Middle East. The Muslims, okay, it's either the greater Israel in theory, which is still in theory, right? Or greater Shia Iran, which is practice. In practice, it has happened already.
So the choice we face, okay, which is what hijab's original dilemma was for Adnan, we face greater Israel or greater Iran. Okay, but according to Rashid, greater Israel is just a theory. You know, greater Israel is just in the imagination of the Zionists. It's not actually lived reality. But greater Iran, expansionist Iran, that's already happened. Wow. How dishonest can you be? Like, how disgustingly dishonest and delusional? How much of a propagandist shill do you have to be to even utter those things? Do you not hear yourself? You disgusting vermin, rat scum. Okay, I get nauseated looking at your ugly face, you hypocrite. Minimizing greater Israel as they're committing a genocide, as they're like invading southern Lebanon and dropping these massive ordinances on Lebanese villages, killing thousands, displacing millions, okay? Just 1 million in southern Lebanon have been displaced. And you have the gall to doubt that Israel is expansionist? It's only in theory. It's only in theory. Look at what they're doing in southern Syria. Look at what they're doing in the West Bank, you rat. But Iran expansionist, that's real. Okay, he might say that, let's steelman his argument, okay? Even though he doesn't deserve it. Let's steelman his argument. And he says, no, but Iran is expansionist because of its influence. It has influence in Iraq, and it has influence in Lebanon, and it has influence in Yemen. That's expansion. The tentacles of Iran have gone out in these countries, in Syria. That's how Iran has expanded. That's why it's expansionist. That's why it's real, as opposed to greater Israel, which is just theory. Okay, if that's your standard for expansion, then haven't the tentacles of the Zionists, the US and the Zionists, expanded into the Gulf countries, expanded into all of these Muslim countries that are forming like a shield for Israel? Aren't the tentacles of Israel in all of these places? If that's your standard? So, but that means nothing. That means nothing because he's on the payroll of those governments. He's on the payroll of those governments. Like, isn't, okay, if Iraq and Yemen and Lebanon through Hezbollah are proxies of Iran, then isn't the UAE a proxy of Israel? Isn't Saudi a proxy of Israel? They have US bases that are used to attack Israel's enemies since the Gulf War, since the 90s. Attacking the enemies of Israel through those bases that are set up in Saudi Arabia. That's not a proxy of Israel. That's not the tentacles. That's not expansionism. Except in addition to that, influence and control and US bases, Israel has actual literal occupation and genocide that it's doing as we speak. But Adnan is blind to that. He closes his eyes. He can only see if Iran, you know, does something wrong. So anyway, you can't reason, and it's not like if you explain this to Adnan, like you'd have to have a situation which he would never agree to, like an actual fair debate where he is muted or there's a moderator that shuts him up and presents, like the opponent can present facts and pin him on things. He can only be in a situation where he's interrupted. He can interrupt. He can gaslight. He can filibuster. He can use shotgun tactics. These are Hyde Park gutter tactics or TikTok tactics. Like in an actual formal debate where there are rules, equal speaking time, he would never agree to that. And the Wahhabis in general don't agree because the facts are so obviously against them. Reality is so obviously against them. The only way that they can be seen as having a point is if you just don't engage in debate. You just have to gaslight and lie to your audience. And anytime you get confronted or challenged to a debate, you dodge it, or you get into these conversations with like hijab and you just constantly interrupt. You constantly spout lies. Anyway, I thought this was the most shocking thing that he said in the entire 5-hour, 6-hour discussion. Like, he's minimizing Israel, like in the middle of Israel committing a genocide and expanding. Like, he's minimizing that. He's saying that's only theoretical, guys. That's just in theory. Disgusting. Like, he should be completely discredited. Like, no Muslim who has any self-respect, any institution or organization has to drop him. And any kind of place that hosts him, you need to be calling and emailing and posting these clips and saying, we don't want an apologist for Israel speaking at our masjid. We don't want an apologist for Zionism, an apologist for greater Israel, speaking at this institute, this program. I'm boycotting your program until you get rid of this apologist for Zionism. Like, that needs to be our stance. We need to completely cancel this toad, this roach. That has to be our policy. Like, this is inexcusable. This is absolutely inexcusable for someone in the middle of a genocide to start apologizing and minimizing for Israel. Now look at this.
I say, may Allah curse Zionism. May Allah curse the Zionists. May Allah destroy Zionism. May Allah destroy, not Jewish people, not the Jewish people. They have no fault. The Jewish people, myself and you, Brother Hijab, we did a long podcast on how the Jewish people survived under the protection of Islam for over 1,000 years. The majority of the Jewish people in the world lived under the protection of Islam. When I speak like this, when I defend the Muslim civilization for being civilized and for being tolerant towards minorities, Haqiqatjou and his clan attacked me for being a Zionist. Oh, look at him. He is defending the Jews. And amazingly, they use the word Jew. They put all the Jews in the same basket, and they want to treat all the Jews in the same way. I don't do that. I talk about Zionists. Zionists, people who are committing crimes against innocent Palestinian children, men, women, and elderly. They have committed a genocide. Okay, they must face justice. What the American administration or FBI or CIA would do to such a person. This guy sitting in an American...
All right, so before we get to that point, so you know that 95% of Jews globally support Israel, the state of Israel, and what the state of Israel is doing to the Palestinians. You recognize that, right? Rajit. Okay. Insofar as you want to make a distinction, fine. Like, make a distinction between Jews and Zionists. Not every Jew is a Zionist. I agree with that. Not every Jew supports what Israel is doing against the Palestinians. I agree with that. I've made that kind of caveat before in my videos. No problem. The problem is your double standard. Because you don't have the same kind of caveat for Shia. You don't have the same caveat for Iran. That's the problem. Again, your double standard. So this is a point that we've made over and over and over again. He insists on, oh, the Zionists and the Jews are separate. Don't conflate them. The Hindus and BJP are separate. Don't conflate them. But when it comes to the Rafidah, they're all enemies, and we have to be against them, and we have to fight them, and we can never ally with them. And his explanation is that, oh, well, the Rafidah, and I'll show you in a second, the Rafidah, they curse the Sahaba. Okay, do the Hindus not curse Allah and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Do the Jews not have as part of their theology cursing Jesus and his mother and saying that he's in hell boiling in a vat of excrement? Like, are you not familiar with what Jewish theology has to say about Jesus? And what some of the Jewish religious texts have to say about even the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Are you not aware of that? So we'll get to that. But yeah, it's your double standard, you filthy rat.
In an American basement is making these statements. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know. I don't want him dead. I don't want him arrested. Okay? But he's making statements. He's using the word Jew again and again. He is making.
If you use the word Jew, it's a big problem. I'm an anti-Semite, according to Adnan. And where's the FBI? Where's the FBI slamming down the door, okay, to arrest me because I said Jew? Okay, this is the kind of cuck. Anyway, this is the kind of retard that we're dealing with.
Statements in favor of Iran. Iran should get nuclear weapons and Iran should have more proxies, and still sitting in his basement in the US somewhere, right?
Okay, why isn't the FBI locking me up? Why isn't the FBI locking me up? Hey, hello, retard. There's something here in the United States where you have protected speech. Certain things are protected. Okay, and there are many people, many analysts, okay, on YouTube and elsewhere, Americans criticizing Donald Trump, criticizing the war, criticizing the actions of Israel, criticizing Zionism. You can criticize religions. You can criticize Judaism. I didn't know that's a problem for you, Adnan. Yeah, we can. We can criticize Judaism. We can criticize the Jewish people in the same way that they criticize Muslims, in the same way that they smear Islam, accuse us of being terrorists, accuse us of being violent rapists, okay? And literally making movies about it, smearing the Muslims as violent rapist criminals that need to be killed. Like that was the movie that was distributed, widely distributed, topped the charts, the Apple charts, the Civilian Vigilante or whatever. Yeah, they make movies about that. But it's only cucks like you that are like, oh, yeah, we can't say Jew. Can't say Jew. We can't criticize Judaism. Oh, just the Zionists. Just the Zionists. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is like a boomer mentality. He has like so many flaws. Like he has such a backwards understanding of reality. And just a cuck. Like he's cucked in every way. Okay, so then I challenge Adnan. Condemn the Jews. You have a problem with the Shia, and you want to put all the Shia Rafida in the same boat. You want to say that they're all bad, they're all enemies, that Sunnis can never ally with them because of their theology, because they insult the Sahaba. Okay, well, condemn the Jews for insulting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? They called him a madman. They called him a madman. This is recorded in their religious texts. This is what their religious scholars, the sages, said about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he was a madman. That's part of their texts. That's part of their beliefs. Or just go to the Talmud. It says that Jesus is burning in hellfire in a vat of feces. Jesus was a sorcerer. He was a polytheist. That's what they say to Jesus. His mother was a prostitute, was a harlot. The Blessed Virgin Mary. That's what they say. That's what the Jewish text, their most holy Jewish text, the Talmud, says about Jesus and Mary. So go ahead, Adnan. Be consistent. Be consistent. You don't want to make any distinctions on the Rafida, but you have all these nuances and disclaimers and caveats when it comes to Jews. They're not Zionists. When it comes to Hindus, they're not Hindutva, blah, blah, blah. Okay, be consistent. This is far worse. Okay, this is far worse what they're saying. What they're saying about the prophets than what the Shia say about the Sahaba, actually. Okay, so then he responds. Okay, he says, challenge accepted. Okay, I will make it easy for you. I'll respond in the words of Ibn Taymiyyah. Rafid are bigger kuffar than Yahud and Nasara for making Ali superior to Ibrahim. Okay, this is what he responds. You didn't respond to the challenge, retard. The retard was to condemn Jews. You don't even mention them. You don't even mention them. So he's too stupid to understand that you are being exposed for being a hypocrite, for having double standards. Just shocking. Okay, and again, this Ibn Taymiyyah quote, the quote that you read yourself says that some of them are believers. Do you forget that? And you said that, oh, I have the same position as Ibn Taymiyyah. Hey, retard, did you forget what you just read with Muhammad Hijab on his stream? So, yeah, this was interesting.
So first of all, do you condemn the Najdi Dawah who did takfir of the Ottomans? Do you condemn that or not?
Do I condemn the Najdis for making takfir of the Ottomans? I don't believe they did. I believe they made takfir of certain practices.
Okay, so you don't believe the Najdi Dawah done takfir of the Ottomans?
You're not. Let me. If I can.
You don't believe they did it?
My sentences. I believe they made takfir of certain individuals, certain establishments, certain practices, not the entire Ottoman Empire, not the entire Ottoman establishment.
Well, then
that
okay,
would
maybe
be madness.
I'll send you some sources out now. That's fine if you believe that.
So likewise, let me finish.
So
likewise,
this is a consensus among historians. It's consensus. They say it themselves. They okay.
Like this retard is saying that no, like the Najdi Dawah did not takfir the Ottomans ever. Just so crazy. Like, it's so beyond belief that you would deny that. It's like recorded in all of these texts that we've shared with you over the past year and a half, 2 years. Ibn Sahman, okay, when there's this fatwa that he gives, and you saw it in the Wahhabism documentary, where the Ottomans are fighting World War I against the British, and they're making a global call for defensive jihad against the British invasion that threatened to genocide the Muslims in the Ottoman Empire. The Wahhabi Mufti Ibn Sahman comes out and says, no, the Ottomans are murtadeen, they're murtad. We actually have to side with the British because they're Ahlul Kitab. Okay, Ibn Ghannam, okay, Durasaniya, many statements takfiring the Ottomans. Okay, takfiring the Ottomans as a whole. This retard says, well, they never did it. And Hijab can't believe it. Like, Hijab is like, what? You're denying it? Okay, I guess we'll have to send you sources. This is like pure lies, like pure lying.
I'm saying,
did you condemn?
Yeah.
Okay, Hijab, do you condemn Ottomans for making the...
Before even this retard can make his statement, he wants to say, do you condemn the Ottomans for takfiring the Wahhabis? He's already responded that 10 times by this point in the stream. That's why Hijab just says, yeah, before he even articulates his question, before he articulates the gotcha from Uncle Retard, he says, yeah, I condemn the Ottomans too for doing that.
Okay, Hijab, do you condemn Ottomans for making takfir of them?
Yeah, I do.
You
This moron is like, you do? He did it 10 times earlier, you fool! You moron! Look at his face. Look at this dumb face he makes. Hijab has just had, like, just suffering from probably a brain-melting migraine, having to listen to this idiot. He's like, yeah, I do condemn that. Now, can you do the same? Can you do the same, Adnan?
I do.
You condemn Ottomans for making takfir?
Yeah. Now, since I've done it, do you condemn the Najdi Dawah for making takfir of the Ottomans?
If Najdis.
Not if.
Najdis,
See? It's like, oh man, so frustrating.
Habibi, come on.
So let me...
In Adnan's bizarro world, bizarro history, the Ottomans are making takfir of the Wahhabis, but the Wahhabis never did. The Najdis never takfired the Ottomans. You retard. They invaded the Ottoman lands. You moron. You absolute idiot. They invaded Hijaz. Who was controlling Hijaz? Who was controlling Mecca and Medina? You retard. They invaded Ahsa, okay? Sham, Iraq. The Wahhabis were invading Iraq on the basis of what? On the basis of mass takfir. Okay, they're doing offensive jihad. They're expanding into these territories. They take Hijaz. They first mass takfir them to justify doing jihad against them. Because you can't do jihad against other Muslims. So you first have to say they're not Muslim, they're murtads, and therefore their blood is halal. That's the whole Wahhabi project. That's what Najdi Dawah is. That's why hijab started this entire conflict, this entire confrontation with the Wahhabis over the past few weeks on this premise, on this claim that the Najdi Dawah is terrorism. Najdi Dawah is terrorism and mass takfiring Muslims in order to kill them, to make their blood halal, to make their wealth halal, to make their women and children halal, in order to kill them. That is the entire problem with the Najdi Dawah. And this retard, in his view, okay, in his understanding of history, no, the Najdis, they're so peaceful. They're just peaceful, innocent. All they want to do is worship Allah peacefully. It's the Ottomans who are mass takfiring and killing, and hijab is willing to grant, okay? And I'm willing to grant that, yeah, I don't stand by everything that the Ottomans did. I'm not an Ottoman apologist. Yeah, they did wrong stuff. They did wrong things. It's wrong for them also to do mass takfir of Wahhabis. Okay, they're Khawarij. They're Ahlul Bid'ah. They're not. You shouldn't takfir them. Okay, but who cares about the Ottomans in this day and age? Okay, who cares? They're not around. There's no one that represents the Ottomans. Iran is not like Ottoman apologists either. But the Wahhabis are alive and well and causing the same fitna, causing the same damage, causing the same civil war with the Muslims at such a critical time, at such a sensitive, critical time, when the Muslims are facing an existential crisis against Israel, the Greater Israel Project, which is not just in theory, by the way, Adnan, if you've been awake for the past 2 years, at that moment, the Wahhabis are creating this kind of fitna, and they're constantly invoking their Shaykhul Islam, that deviant, hobo, narcissist, retard Ibn Abdul Wahhab, who has the same kind of intelligence as Adnan, let's be fair. They're constantly invoking him. They're his champion. That's their champion. So yeah, of course we're going to focus on that, criticize that, debunk that. Anyway. Okay, so I want to show you some clips. Some other clips as well that are related. Okay, look at this. Like an extension of what they were just saying.
Yeah, I do.
You condemn Ottomans for making takfir.
Yeah. Now, since I've done it, do you condemn the Najdi Dawah for making takfir of the Ottomans?
If Najdis,
not if. Habibi, Habibi, come on.
So I'll let you laugh first. I'll let you laugh.
Yeah,
before you get my answer.
No, there's no way. There is no way you don't think. You can't. You have to believe.
Let me answer your question.
They were making treatises about it. They wrote books. The title is making takfir of the Ottoman.
I am aware. I'm aware.
Ibn Atiq made takfir of the Ottoman.
I'm aware. You just denied it. You fool. You gaslighter. You just denied it. Now you're saying you're aware of the treatises making mass takfir. The fatwa making mass takfir of the Ottomans.
Open.
The Ottomans made takfir of them.
Okay.
Why does that?
They made takfir of them. Okay. Yeah. We condemn that. Do you condemn the Najdis for doing the same thing? Silence. So this is like brazen, in your face hypocrisy. Like, this is the essence of nifaq. This is the essence of it. Like, if you reduced nifaq to the core of it, the essence of it, that's what it is. Like denying the truth. Like the truth is so clearly there in front of you. You just have to be consistent. You just have to be consistent about it. And he refuses.
Why does that problem? The Ottomans are bad. Are they bad for doing that as well?
Look, Ottoman. Now let me answer.
So why can't you? What is it? Honestly, genuinely, there must be something.
Look,
what is stopping you from saying a bad word? These people are not prophets. These people are not prophets. You know, they are not. They are not prophets. They can be wrong.
Look at the frustration that hijab has. Like, he's just, again, very frustrated. Like, this is bizarre. Like, it's so strange to be dealing with someone who has such little integrity. And you can see any last remaining respect that hijab had for Rashid, it's all being drained out of him. Like, you can tell, again, you can read it from his face that I can't believe that I had any respect for this hypocrite.
I made it very clear. I made it very clear. I don't like injustice. I don't like injustice. Okay,
so they were open about that. Wallahi, they were open about that. It's
You're seeing this is like the commentary from hijab's chat, like the person who is controlling the comments to showing onto the stream is like, it's like, this is really bad, Adnan. Like, people are in the chat, the live chat in hijab's stream, they're saying this is bad, this is disgusting, this is like, where is the integrity? And they're actually showing it, taking it from the live chat and showing it on the screen. So even whoever's the guy behind the camera is also disgusted with Adnan.
There's no contestation of the fact I'm making. No one makes contestation.
Who's choosing these comments? Who's choosing these comments? Who's choosing these comments?
I don't know, man. What's going on?
So can you post some balanced comments as well? I mean, you're posting comments from the Rafida, a bunch of Rafida commenting bots.
He's calling them Rafida. Okay, these comments of people saying, "Come on," disappoint. Is Muhammad Hijab Rafidi as well? Like, whoever disagrees with Adnan and is disgusted by his lies is a Rafidi.
Adnan, wallahi, I think you're being unfair, and I think that you're afraid. I think you're afraid to make comments about that particular movement. I don't know what the reason is, but you have a very protective view of that region of the Gulf. There's no question. You can't say anything about that.
So can I completely say
even history? You can't say anything about it.
Okay.
No, I'm not even saying about like any present.
You're not letting me talk. Ottoman muftis had their own reasons. The so-called Najdi muftis had their own reasons. I have no business in it. Let them deal with it on the day of judgment. So why are you condemning one side? Why are you condemning one side and painting the other side as if they had nothing wrong?
Because this Najdi Dawah movement has come into our country. Has come into the Western Muslims. I go to Brixton Mosque and these guys making takfir, or the other mosque over there in Luton or wherever it may be. People are making takfir and they're quoting Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers. They've never read a book of his, and they've been told by their sheikh good things about these guys. They haven't been told. Actually, you know what? They'll probably.
The comments are trolling. I'm so fat, not gonna lie, because Adnan was chimping out, crashing out about the fact that all the comments are opposed to him. So this is like a joke. Okay, here's some neutral commentary for you, Adnan.
Killed you as well, actually.
Okay, hijab. So can we now move on to Iran and some of the lies Daniel put against me? I want to actually present the evidence where Daniel actually blatantly lied against me.
But before we get to Iran, would you accept that?
See, quickly, change the subject. Can we get to Daniel's lies? Like, when you're being exposed in front of us for being a liar, being a two-faced hypocrite, for having double standards, you're being exposed. You want to call me a liar. Like, go to Daniel's lies. Like, how much more blatant can it be? But hijab is not laying him off the hook that easily.
That on a theological level, if you follow this dawah of a dawah to Najdiyah, if you follow a dawah to Najdiyah, on a theological level, Iran and all of the Gulf countries are the same.
No. You need to define it. What is dawah to Najdiyah? What is it?
Okay, let me define it. Beautiful. The dawah to Najdiyah is the dawah that started with Ibn Abdul Wahhab and continued, I'm saying specifically, until Muhammad ibn Ibrahim.
What is dawah to Najdiyah? You're giving me the history.
Dawah to Najdiyah are the fatwas and the books and the treatises and the verdicts and edicts that were put forward by the scholars in the Najd region from the years 1744 to 1969.
What were they calling to?
They were calling to good things and bad things. Some of the good things relate to is preaching a.
So here, look at this hypothetical. Hijab makes it very clear.
Yes, every government expands if it can.
Beautiful. So now if the Taliban is preaching a Najdi Dawah form of Tawheed, and they want to take over Pakistan.
I don't think they are. Taliban are.
No, let's just say that's what they want to do. Would you support this? Would you support them?
All right. So Hijab is now making an analogy. He's taking it from a different approach because clearly Adnan is refusing to acknowledge the well-established history of mass takfir of the Najdi Dawah, of the Wahhabis. So now Hijab has to take it hypothetical, okay? Since Adnan is trying to dodge his way out of a condemnation and out of this trap by, you know, these weasel tactics, Hijab is saying, oh, hypothetically, you have a country, imagine like the Taliban is expansionist and they have this kind of takfiri principle. They're doing mass takfir. They're expanding through killing and massacring. Is that a problem? Would you consider that to be a something to condemn? And look at what, and Rajit continues to avoid this, to dodge this.
Let's say Taliban are Maturidi Hanafi. You know this, right?
I know,
Taliban,
but I'm saying if, as a conditional.
So
if
Taliban decide...
If, hypothetical retard, if
Taliban decide to put a certain practice in place, or they start banning,
expanding,
which they have. They have.
Not in Afghanistan. Expanding to other places, coming into areas where Sufi areas in Pakistan. Now crossing the border. Would you support this movement or would you not support this movement?
No, I wouldn't. Why? Why would they? Why would they? Why would they?
Why not?
Okay,
why
unprovoked.
Since you support the Najdi Dawah, why do you not support that?
Let me answer your question. Why would a group of people ruling a territory in their clearly defined borders attack another country?
Okay, so couldn't the same argument be made about the Najdi Dawah?
Sorry?
Couldn't the same argument be made against the Najdi Dawah? Because the Najdi Dawah was expansionary. It expanded into areas where there's other Muslims. They went to Hijaz. They were not in the Hijaz. They were in Najd.
You are obsessed.
They went to Mecca, Medina, which is Hijaz.
More than you need to look at not the fly, but the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is Iran, not the Najdis. Najdis are peaceful people. So
look at Hijab's face. Like, it's the last straw. Like, this person has no integrity. Okay, so he will, when it comes to the Taliban, the hypothetical about the Taliban expanding, he says, yeah, that's wrong. I disagree. Hijab says, well, isn't that what, that was a hypothetical, but that's what the Najdis did. They expanded from Najd. Najd is just Central Arabia. They expanded. After they took over Najd through massacres and killing, they expanded. They went to the north. They went to the east. They went to the west. They went into Sham. They took over Mecca and Medina. They sieged Ta'if, Mecca, Medina. So that's expansionary. So by what you just said in the analogy with the Taliban and Afghanistan, then you should also condemn the Najdis, the Wahhabi Dawah. And he says, let's just talk about Iran. So blatant, such blatant double standards. He just doesn't have the IQ to make it convincing or to make it look less obvious that he's a shill. Like, people who have higher IQ, like, they're more subtle, they're more eloquent, they're more elegant in weaseling their way out of these traps. But when you're low IQ, like a low IQ Wahhabi, you can't do it. You just have to very abruptly, clumsily change the subject. Let's just talk about Iran. Like, it's just shocking. And Hijab, like, Hijab is really holding his tongue. He's really biting his tongue.
Expansionary. It expanded into areas where there's other Muslims. They went to Hijaz. They were not in the Hijaz. They were in Najd.
You are
they went to Mecca, Medina, which is Hijaz.
More than you need to look at not the fly, but the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is Iran, not the Najdis. Najdis are peaceful people, so-called Najdi Dawah.
The Najdis are peaceful people. The Najdis, the Wahhabis, okay, who massacred thousands of Muslims in Najd and elsewhere. They massacred them, took their women as slaves, took their children as slaves, starved them to death, drove them into rivers to drown them. Okay, these are peaceful people. These are people. ISIS, okay, modern day ISIS. These are peaceful, according to Adnan Rajit. Interesting.
the Salafis predominantly around the world.
I'm not talking about the current ones.
From
I'm talking about historical ones.
Let me try. From Morocco to Indonesia, the Salafis are a peaceful people. They get down to studying. They get down to their pure.
They're brilliant people. They're excellent.
And so are the most Muslims. This goes for Ash'ira. This goes for Maturidi. People of Maturidi.
I don't want to push this further because I feel like I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, it feels like you're pushing too much on this point. So let's move on.
Okay, fine. I'm not going to push it further.
Okay, so
You're pushing too much, you know. You've exposed the contradiction too much. It's too obvious. So let's just change the subject. Shocking. Yeah, extremely shocking. And yeah, I mean, you don't have enough. You don't hate this guy enough, really. Like, may Allah guide him. May he repent for this hypocrisy. But it's just shocking. Like, when you turn your back on the truth like this, so blatantly, for the sake of whatever it is, whether it's your ego, whether you're getting paid, it doesn't bode well for your akhirah. It doesn't bode well for what's going to happen to you in your life. You know, you think that this doesn't have consequences that Allah will send. It's scary. Like, it's actually very frightening. So anyway, they're talking about my lies. I saw what they were talking about. Where was the lie? In that whole segment at the end of the stream, all the lies of Daniel. There were no lies. No lies at all. No lies detected. But let's see what he says here.
So no Muslim in their right mind would say
But on that point, to be fair, he conceded it. When I corrected him, he said he didn't say those exact words. Whatever.
Yeah, but look at the spin he's putting. He's like I changed. I changed after the 7th of October looking at Shamsi. I saw Shamsi and I changed. Okay, and the Wahhabis changed him. So this guy is a pure liar. Nothing changed him.
What's the lie? What's the lie? That is literally what changed me to realize that Wahhabism is a cancer. Yeah, it was what Shamsi said, what these Wahhabis were saying after October 7th. Where's the lie? Like, you see in my heart that it's a lie? These are the kinds of lies that they're talking about when they're smearing me as a liar.
What changed him was the love of the Rafida in Iran. Okay, he condemns at face value. He condemns.
Maybe you hate them too much, though. I think you guys are maybe.
I have to hate anyone who calls Abu Bakr and Umar a kafir. To hell with these people.
Sure, but yeah, I know. But what about all these Hindus that what do you call it? That we can do unification with them.
To hell with these people. Go to hell.
If we can unify with Hindus, then surely we can unify with Shia on some issues.
Are you saying I said it without qualification? Didn't you agree with me on that?
What is it? So no, I mean, like, in the same sense that you.
Okay, well, I'll come back to this. We'll continue what he's saying. But notice, when it comes to the Shia, the Rafida, he says, to hell with these people. To hell with them. Okay, this is his language and his tone when he's talking about the Shia. To hell with them. This is how he talks about Netanyahu. Okay, let's listen to this.
Absolutely not. Do we want the Zionists to go to hellfire? Absolutely not. We want even Netanyahu and Olmert and the current one, what's his name?
I want the audience.
No. What's the current prime minister? We want him to go to paradise. All the crimes they have committed, repent. Ask God for repentance. Ask him for forgiveness. You have a chance. So long as you are alive, you can repent, turn to God, and you may be forgiven by God, despite all the crimes you have committed against the Palestinian people. So we do not wish you hellfire. We do not wish you death. We do not wish you bad. We wish you well. Even though all the crimes you are committing against the Palestinian people and beyond, we wish you well. We wish you the best. We want you to go to paradise, okay? We don't want you to die and burn in hellfire. We don't. Likewise, Joseph, I have nothing.
Even the Jew, even this Zionist scum, okay, this tunnel-dwelling Jew is shocked. Okay, this Zionist genocide apologist, he's shocked. Look at his face. He's like, whoa, okay, don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you from speaking this love letter to Netanyahu. We want you in paradise. All the crimes you're committing, we want you in paradise. Greater Israel is just a theory. Greater Israel is just a theory. We know that the Rafidah, to hell with the Rafidah, go to hell. But for Netanyahu, we want you in paradise. Repent. We want you in paradise. We want nothing but good. We want nothing but good for Netanyahu, for the prime ministers of Israel. We want nothing but good for them. Okay, but when it comes to the Rafidah, okay, the Rafidah, to hell with these people.
Nothing changed him. What changed him was the love of the Rafidah in Iran. Okay, he condemns at face value. He condemns.
Maybe you hate them too much, though. I think you guys.
I have to hate anyone who calls Abu Bakr and Umar a kafir. To hell with these people.
Sure, but yeah, I know. But what about all these Hindus that what do you call it that we can do unification with them?
To hell with these people. Go to hell.
If we can unify with Hindus, then
go to hell. Go to hell to these people. Okay, Jews, they insult the prophets. They insult the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They insult Isa, his mother. Okay, they're committing a genocide. We want the best for them. We want the best. Netanyahu, we want in paradise. Imagine, like, such a thought. So we want Netanyahu in paradise? Are you insane? We want him in paradise? No, that's not something that Muslims need to wish for or want. No, we want to see him suffer. Okay, we want to see him suffer in the akhirah, in the hellfire for eternity. That's what we want, actually. So this is exactly the contrast that we need to bring out. But let's continue.
And surely we can unify with Shia on some issues.
Are you saying I said it without qualification? Didn't you agree
with
me on that?
What is it? So no, I mean, like, in the same sense that you can do it with Hindus, you can surely do it with some Shiites.
No, I said anyone who does not attack Muslims, doesn't kill Muslims, you can have strategic alliance with them. Why is he singling out? Because I was speaking about the Indian situation specifically. I would say the same about Britain. I would say
what about non-violent Shiites?
If they are Zaydis and they are non-violent and they're not.
No, but if they're 12 but they're non-violent, just like the Hindus.
I cannot sit on the same table and laugh and smile and someone who believes Abu Bakr and Umar were kuffar. Okay,
but
if someone insults your mother,
why not?
No. Let me ask you this question: if someone insults your respected, beloved mother, and you know this person hates my mother and calls her XYZ, and then you ask to sit with them on the same dinner table, you wouldn't do it. I know you wouldn't do it.
To be honest, I think it's a bit different. You know why?
No, it's not different. It's
worse.
It's
really different.
It's worse.
No, it's not worse.
Do
you know when people say that? I used to think that would make sense, but now I've realized it doesn't. Let me give an example, right? You can have a person who's like an atheist, who doesn't believe in God. Yeah, you can have someone, like the Quran says, what do you call it? Those who believe that God has taken a son, takadul samawat, that the heavens and earth could have been cleft asunder, etc., just by saying that. So there's a lot of strong wording about these things, right? But shirk is worse actually than the insulting of Sahaba by any standard. But we're okay to sit on tables with Sikhs, with Hindus, with every other faith, with atheists, with people that are, homosexual, wherever it may be. We're okay to sit on tables with them. So I don't know why this. It seems, Adnan, if we're being honest, like you have a very special rule for these fathers, and I don't know where it comes from. If you're granting concession,
it comes from Tel Aviv. His special rule, his special exception for 12ers, it comes from Tel Aviv. It comes from Netanyahu, who he wants to hang out with in paradise, in Jannah, with Netanyahu. So yeah, I mean, maybe you should be in the Akhirah with Netanyahu. The guy you're an apologist for. Maybe you should be with him.
To these Hindus, you can sit with them sometimes, or you can sit with these other guys sometimes. Then no, okay, we can have the same principles and apply it to the 12ers.
I grant this concession based upon the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made strategic alliances with non-Muslims who were not attacking him, who were not killing him. This principle comes from
the same thing about the 12ers.
Wait. Before these Rafidah condemn me or make up stories about me and make up emojis and the memes about me, I need them to know that they are liars and they're attributing things to me that I don't believe in. Okay, so sitting with a mushrik who is not insulting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a different matter. Okay, is a different matter when it comes to sitting with a mushrik who is saying your Allah is X, Y, and Z. You cannot sit with such a mushrik. Likewise, someone who doesn't believe in Umar and Abu Bakr, okay, who doesn't believe in them, right? But someone who insults them as religion.
Yeah, sure. No, of course, if they're insulting them,
someone who
we're not going to
insults
sit with them as, yeah, but not all Shias do that.
Okay, no problem. Let's move on.
So can we then, with those Shias who don't do that, can we then what do you call it? Have the same sort of attitude that you said about the Hindus?
Yeah, Zaydis and Shias by name, no problem.
No,
yes,
12ers who also have the same non-violent, non-disrespectful tone towards us. Why can't we have the same principle with them?
Non-violent 12ers, where are they? Where do they live? Because Iran,
I'm sure there's lots. I've met lots of them in London.
Show me the non-violent 12ers. Look at this rat. Look at this Zionist-loving, Hindu-loving rat. Show me the non-violent 12ers. Okay? And these are the people, like this is the guy who, he goes to Speaker's Corner and he cries, oy vey, they're making fun. They're saying that all Muslims are terrorists and all Muslims are evil and all immigrants are this and that. Oh, that's racist. That's racist. Oh, that's Islamophobia. You're characterizing all Muslims as violent. That's Islamophobia. But he also, on the other hand, said all 12ers are violent. Show me the non-violent 12ers. All the 12ers are terrorists, violent thugs. There is no non-violent 12er. That's what he's saying, right? Because Hijab is saying, well, what about the 12ers who, they're not violent. They don't want to kill Muslims, Sunnis. They're non-sectarian. You know, they're not sitting there and insulting the Sahaba. Okay, you're fine with working with Jews, working with Hindus. You're constantly praying for them to be in Jannah with you. Okay, so why can't you have the same rule that you apply to the 12ers? Show me the non-violent 12ers, meaning there are none, as far as he's concerned. Isn't that disgusting? Like, this is, again, like, even Netanyahu himself would be blushing at how brazen and outrageous this guy is against the Shia, against the 12ers. Okay, it's like shocking the level of hatred he has and bigotry and just smearing them. He has more kindness, more nuance for the Hindus, for the Jews, as their countries are massacring Muslims. By the way, as India is massacring Muslims with popular support, as Israel is massacring, genociding Muslims with popular support of the Jews, this guy still carries water for those groups. Still has kind words, calls them beautiful. Oh, these beautiful people. I'm praying for Jannah for them. We want them in Jannah. But the 12ers, who are the non-violent Shia 12ers? They're all terrorists. This is disgusting. Anyway, so Hijab was also at his wit's end. And tired of this trash. Okay, so those are the main things I want to react to. There were other things that could be said. Obviously, it was like a almost 6-hour stream. And there are parts of it that deserve commentary, but I don't want to make this stream too long because we have another segment to discuss on the compassionate imams. So I want to get to that. But let me know what you think of this whole debacle. I have a headache now. I have a headache now from just the clips that we listened to, like from this scum. But I want to look at your super chats, because there's some super chats that have come in. The audacity of this guy saying, "I like justice." You like justice? Okay. Acus says, Daniel, put some respect on Adnan's name. He's a very famous Hindu apologist. True. Compton, Japan says, the Muslim Sean has gone all Hollywood on us ever since he's gotten a job at the MuslimSkeptic. Dude doesn't give anyone a salam anymore. Fire him. Don't know what that's referring to. It's tongue-in-cheek, of course. Shout out to Muslim Sion. DJ Saima, thank you for your super sticker. Abdullah says, disappointing in hijab conceding on the Bondi Beach point. It's not outrageous to put some level of blame on person pushing an ideology when a violent act is done in the name of it. NRA is often blamed after a mass shooting. Yeah, I mean, these people themselves, like these, the connections that these people make, these Wahhabis make on me. They say that Daniel wants pan-Islamic unity. He wants Muslims to support the resistance against Israel. That means that Daniel supports massacring Syrian Sunnis or Iraqi Sunnis. Daniel supports that. Like, that's the kind of stretch that they make, something that is verifiably untrue, something that is deterministically, definitively untrue, contrary to the truth. They'll make that kind of argument and that connection. But if we make the true point, the demonstrably true point, that the ideology of ISIS and the standard of takfir of ISIS is the same as Adnan Rajit and Fareed Bahraini and all of these Wahhabi scum, like you have the same principles of takfir. Oh, that's out of bounds. Oh, you've gone too far. Oh, I never said that Rajit supports ISIS. I never said that. I never said Fareed Bahraini supports ISIS terrorism. I never said that. And all those tweets, I never made that claim that they show. I said they have the same ideology. They have the same principles of takfir. And that is demonstrably true. And all that they need to do to dispel that is to say, no, we actually condemn this ideology, this Najdi Wahhabi ideology. I disagree with Ibn Abdul Wahhab's doctrine of takfir, the chain takfir principle, the hyper takfir principle. That's all they have to do. They never do it because that is what they believe in. That is what they believe in. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to have the Najdi ideology, the Wahhabi ideology, the Wahhabi takfir, but they don't want to be tied to the consequences of that, to the groups that are using that to kill Muslims. And, you know, the kind of bloodthirsty mentality of ISIS is shared by Adnan when he says that where's the nonviolent 12ers? He's portraying all of the 12ers as being violent pro-killing of Sunni. That kind of demonization does lead to violence. It does lead to violence against the 12ers. Just like he'll claim, rightly so, that the anti-Muslim sentiment of the right-wingers or the Zionists, when they put out their propaganda against Muslims to depict Muslims as terrorists and as evil and as rapists, that can lead to violence against Muslims. The same thing with 12ers. The same thing with 12ers, that he's putting that kind of anti-Shia, anti-12er propaganda out there, exaggerating and smearing them in that way. So, yeah, I think the shoe fits, actually. I think the shoe fits with Rajit. Akos says, Adnan theme song is Dinga Dinga. What's that? Adnan is my favorite lol cow. Nutty Caller says, mashallah, Brother Hijab is a PhD graduate of Azhar. I don't know if he has a PhD. He has a degree from Azhar. I think he's still working on his PhD, but it's not from Azhar. He has a degree from Azhar, though, so mashallah. I mean, it's like a shame that someone like Hijab has to waste his time with an uneducated bozo like Adnan. It was very clear in their discussion, like the difference in knowledge level, not just Islamic knowledge, Quran, Hadith, history, like on every level. Muslim Boogeyman, how's it going, bro? Lingam worship for unity, Sar. Yeah, that's what Adnan's motto is. 18 characters, thanks for your super chat. Debating the self-proclaimed historian, Adnan Rajid is arguing with a little girl. Is like arguing with a little girl. Now, little girls have more integrity and honesty. Like girls, children, you can explain like basic things, like basic entailment. You can hypotheticals, children have a high enough IQ to understand conditionals, hypotheticals, like giving them arguments. Like children are very concerned about consistency and they hate double standards. They have the fitra. That's what children are. Adnan and Wahhabis, hypocrites, they don't have that level of love for consistency or the IQ to understand hypotheticals, conditionals, consistency. Jalaluddin Rumi, thank you, bro, for your super chat. Good to see you. The funniest part was Zishan putting up comments against Adnan, and when he asked for balanced comments, all that he could find was "I'm so fat" and gibberish. Yeah, big W for Zishan. Let's see. Abdullah says, will you collab with Abu Ibrahim? I'm not sure who that is. He says that Salafism is Wahhabism and doesn't make distinction. Even Hijab said that Salafism lost any meaning and it may have had. Isn't Salafism a problem also? No, I don't think Salafism, it depends on what you mean by Salafism. If by Salafism you mean like following Ibn Abdul Wahhab and following like Bin Baz and Ibn Uthaymeen and these kinds of modern scholars, then yeah, that's a problem. If you mean Salafism as in Athariism, following the Aqidah of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, following the tradition of the Hanbali school in terms of fiqh, in terms of Aqidah, even following Ibn Taymiyyah, I don't think that's a problem. I think that's a legitimate school of Aqidah and fiqh that is well represented in our Islamic tradition. And if that's what you mean by Salafism, I don't have a problem with that. I know that there are Ash'aris, okay, who will have a problem with Atharis. They'll have a problem with Imam Ahmad. They'll have a problem with Ahl al-Hadith. They'll have a problem with Ibn Taymiyyah. And they have an axe to grind, and it's like a continuation of 1,000 years of Aqidah debate. And I'm not interested in that, actually. And I don't think it's helpful. I think it's only... It can potentially, if it gets heated, it can become part of sectarianism. It can be part of the problem, actually. So you have some who have an axe to grind against Atharism, against Ahlul Hadith, and they want to put everyone in the same basket. Oh, Salafism. And I disavow that. I disavow that type of approach. I'm not Ash'ari myself. I think on certain things the Ash'aris have good arguments, and other things they don't have the best arguments. And vice versa with Atharis. Like that's the way, like when you actually study for many years these topics, like you have like a nuanced view of certain things. And so you have to be tolerant in your understanding and say that, look, these are well represented strands of thought and beliefs. And they are represented by many major ulama that we love and respect. And so we should have tolerance. And if something doesn't make sense to us exactly, okay, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, I don't understand, but at least there are some in the tradition well represented who did have this position. And so I respect it. That's my position. We should all be respecters of the Islamic tradition. That's my approach. I think that's a Sunni approach. That's the Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah approach to the past. Okay, if something is well respected, we respect it. And that's what defines Sunnism, actually. The defining characteristic of Sunnism is, for example, respect for the Sahaba. Respect for the Sahaba doesn't mean belief that the Sahaba were ma'soom. Okay, we don't have the Shia belief that like they have about their imams. They believe that the imams are ma'soom, that they had no mistakes, that they had no sins, etc. We don't have the same position about the Sahaba. We don't think that the Sahaba were infallible, okay? We recognize that the Sahaba, they could have had mistakes, they could have had errors, they could have made the wrong decision, etc. What we believe is that they conveyed Islam correctly, and they preserved Islam from the Prophet ﷺ, and they had adl, they had justice, and they had the ability to preserve and convey the deen. That's what we believe as a group. But we don't say that they're infallible, right? And furthermore, as Sunnis, we don't comment, like we don't get into it. We don't get into their disputes of the Sahaba. We don't get into the details. We don't get it like, oh, this one or that one, and start talking like, we just say like, that's the past, and we have respect, and we move on. Okay, that's the Sunni approach. It's a conciliatory approach. If you have that kind of mindset, we should have that same approach about the entirety of the Islamic tradition. When you have things that are well represented, schools of thought that are well represented, and this is what happened. Like, this is what the major scholars of the Sunni tradition did, like Imam Ghazali did, what Ibn Taymiyyah did actually. That they expanded the circle. They said, look, these things are well represented. So let's have some other, let's have some excuses, let's have a broader vision, let's have some tolerance. Like, that's their approach. That's a Sunni instinct. That's a Sunni reflex to have that respect. And that's what I want. Like, that's what I think is necessary. And that's what's going to create pan-Islamic unity. That pan-Islamic unity is the Sunni position. It's therefore the Islamic position. So, whereas if you're stuck in a 1,000-year-old debate, you're still disputing things from 1,300 years ago, 1,200 years ago, you're still fighting and you're like ready to draw blood on these debates. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can have your position. Take your position, that's fine. But can you also not see the need for tolerance, to come together as an ummah, unite under the banner of La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah? Like, you don't see the need for that? And yeah, the people who want fitna, the people who want to like cause civil war, they just dwell on the periods of Islamic history that had fitna, and they say, oh, see, in the past they had a fitna too. So we're just following our predecessors. Oh, see, there was takfir, there was mass takfir done at this point, so that's what we're reviving. And they ignore all the periods of reconciliation, tolerance, expanding the circle of tolerance with other Muslims. So, Jalaluddin Rumi says another thing about Bangladeshis is that a lot of them actually have a tendency to like Pakistan even after the pressure put on them by Hasina and propaganda against Pakistanis. Some hope for the Ummah. They like Pakistan. Is that a bad thing? That is hope. It's good. Like, the Bangladeshi brothers, mashallah, I love them. Just in general, like, there's so much talent in Bangladesh and so much iman, and I'm just amazed by the country of Bangladesh and the youth there. Like, and I've expressed this before, and like, they're willing to understand the bigger picture and not fall for the sectarianism or the nationalism, even though people are trying to propagandize them. The Hindutva, Hasina, the West, like, they want to propagandize the Bangladeshis to be nationalistic, to be secular, to hate Pakistan. But the youth there are resisting that. They're saying, no, actually, we want unity with Pakistan. Yeah, there were atrocities committed, but that was a previous generation. Now the need of the hour is for unity. Let's not dwell on that. That's called maturity. That's called iman. That's called being Sunni. That's the essence of Sunnism, Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Like, part of the Sunnah is Jama'ah, wanting the group all together, coming together. Like, that's why it's Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Mesa, thanks for your super chat. Individuals and institutions made up the Ottoman Empire. If you're declaring them kafir, then you're declaring the Ottomans kafir too. Facepalm. Yeah, I mean, these are points that Adnan Rajit couldn't understand. Nutty Caller says, is anti-Iran sentiment fueled by Syrians in the UK? Yeah, they're a big part of it. Some of these free Syrian tards. A lot of them are in Canada too. And they're like, there's like a coordinated network. And some of them are connected to Zionists as well. But yeah, they're pretty quiet nowadays, given everything that's happening in Syria. Let's see. Abdul Nasser says, the horns of Shaitan rises from Nejd. Yep, that's what the Prophet ﷺ said. I think it's pretty clear what was being referred to. Fresh Pod says, what's your view on the Prophet ﷺ praying for Yemen and Sham, but not Najd? Wahhabis saying Najd meant Iraq, although Iraq was known by name. They dancing around the hadith because it's against them. Yeah, their statement is stupid because in that hadith, the people who are from Najd were there, and they're saying, well, make dua for the Najd. The Prophet ﷺ was saying, may Allah bless Yemen, and may Allah bless our Sham. And then the Najdis there at that time, the people from Najd also are Najd. May Allah bless our Najd. And the Prophet ﷺ refused. So how was it Iraq? They weren't from Iraq who were asking the Prophet for that blessing. It was people from Najd, from Arabia. So this is propaganda that, oh, Najd means Iraq. Saya, thanks for your big super chat. Really appreciate it. Hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Come together. And remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies and He brought your hearts together and you became, by His favor, brothers. That's what we pray for. And this is what Allah calls to. The only people who disagree with this, with the Quran, it's the Wahhabis. Thank you, Parviz, for your super sticker. Jaxi says, how dare this sorry excuse of a human wish for Netanyahu to be in Jannah after massacring and starving our people? I am genuinely sick to my stomach. I hear you. That's how I feel too. Very sick to my stomach. I want a job in MS, 100K before tax. Yeah, we have, elite human capital at MuslimSkeptic, mashallah. So you have to be best of the best. Real Salafia says, please live with Al-Islam Productions for sake of Haqq. Yeah, I mean, they are challenging me to debate, these clowns, and I agreed. I agreed to debate, but they're saying, oh, no, it has to be in person. Why? Why does that have to be in person? You're in a different country. If you have it in person, debate with me. Fly over to the US. Okay, fly over, set it up. Okay, set up a nice venue, professionally recorded, and we'll do it. We'll have a live in-person debate. But if you're not willing to, put up that money, then it can just be on a live stream and have it moderated. Okay, some of these super chats I'm not gonna read because if you're gonna ask me to read like a super chat that's gonna go after someone or name someone, you have to give more than a couple of bucks, more than $5. Okay, you have to make it worth my while because I don't want to start getting into an entire different subject. Okay, so let's continue the stream. So people were saying that, oh, Daniel, you want unity, but you're so mean to the compassionate imams. If you want unity, that means you can't criticize anyone ever. Okay, this is what they seem to think. This is like a big gotcha against Daniel. And I explained it already. I said that these two groups, the compassionate imams and the Wahhabis, they're two sides of the same coin. They're both infiltrating. They're both damaging the interests of the Ummah. They're both violating the principles of Islam. And that's why we criticize them. We criticize them. Now, when it comes to their being Ahlul Bid'ah, okay, they have deviant views. Some of them might be deviants. Well, the Shia are deviants as well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Shia also have deviant beliefs. But the difference is, and this is hijab, invoke this kind of principle, the Shia are not in our masajid posing as Sunni imams and teaching the masses. The Wahhabis, on the other hand, they're in our masajid. They're posing as Ahlul Sunnah, but they're actually deviant Wahhabis, okay, preaching the deviant principles of takfir and shirk of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. And then you have the compassionate imams who are in the masajid posing as Sunni, conservative, orthodox imams, and they're pushing LGBT, they're pushing feminism, they're pushing like salvation for kuffar, like they're pushing all of these deviant ideas, perennialism. The Shia aren't doing that. So there's a difference, okay? There's a difference. One is posing a very serious threat to what is orthodox, what is considered orthodoxy and what is considered Islamic tradition. So here's this clown that I promised I would be roasting for you today. Let me just pull up the exact timestamp. Okay. So this is a bunch of Wahhabi Medkhali bootlickers who critiqued my discussion with Muhammad Hijab. Okay, so let's listen. And John Fontaine, this Medkhali bootlicker, is the one that we're going to focus on.
No, Akhi, let's leave it on a good note.
No. Let me give you an alternative perspective on this love fest. You know, you want to talk about the compassionate imams like Omar Sulaiman, Mufti Meng, constantly filling up, like literally their classes are on the basis of depicting Muslim women as queens that have to be served. Okay, and I pointed out like their advertisements for their classes, like if you go on Facebook or social media, Instagram, like you are a queen, you're amazing, you have so much potential, just gassing up the Muslim women. So you might have a lot of love because they send you. Well, let me finish. They might be saying nice things to you on WhatsApp, but
yeah. So the point here is that Muhammad Hijab gave a big list of some of the du'ats he was praising, but the point is Daniel is not in the business of unity at all. You understand?
Did you see his face? His face was hilarious the whole time. Every time he mentioned the name, he was like laughing.
He's not agreeing with this. He's not in the business of unity at all. And Muhammad Hijab quickly gets changed. Daniel quickly changes Muhammad Hijab's mind here. If we carry on to 3:50, okay, 3 hours and 50 minutes, when he finds out that Yaqeen Institute are getting 10 million plus pounds or dollars a year, he wants to refute them because they don't refute feminism, right? And in 355, the manhaj check for a da'i becomes whether you've refuted feminism or not, right? And at 416, he's shaming Mufti Menk for his silence on Israel, right? When Mufti Menk has a Zimbabwean passport, like he's already banned, and he's already banned from like 50 countries as it is. So the manhaj check for Muhammad Hijab seems to...
Oh, so Mufti Menk has a Zimbabwean passport and he's banned from countries, so therefore he shouldn't have to criticize Israel. Like, look at that. That's the kind of logic of a Medkhali bootlicker. Like, no, you can be a world famous imam making millions of dollars, okay, and flying first class and getting wined and dined and everywhere, like meeting up with rabbis, like having the red carpet rolled out by the UAE or Saudi or whoever, okay, with millions of followers. You're like promoted in the algorithm, and you don't have to like actually take a stand on Israel and criticize Israel, like, because you might not get access to other countries, you might be banned. Like that kind of selling out makes sense to a bootlicker like John Fontaine. Like that's his whole defense, that he has a problem with me calling out Mufti Menk in this way, on this point. So
to be that if you don't refute feminism and you don't speak against Israel, then we can refute you. We're not doing unity with you. Whereas the correct Islamic position, which we're promoting, is based on Aqidah. And of course, and even in that circumstance, we can still unite in certain circumstances with Muslims who may have wrong Aqidas in certain aspects. So
Yeah, except for Shia, except for Iran, right? So you can ally with. First of all, he denies that like we unite on the basis of aqidah. Okay, this is what like the Wahhabis say. Okay, feminism has nothing to do with aqidah, according to this retard. Actually, it does. Actually, it does. Okay, if you're contradicting what Allah says in the Quran, when Allah says "Al-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala an-nisa," for example, and Allah is saying that the man is the head of the household and is in charge of women and is the leader of women, and you have feminists who are problematizing that, denying that, feminists who are now increasingly denying hadith, they're denying in tafsir because it's a male scholar, okay? You have feminists who are allied with the compassionate imams who say, my Allah is a she, right? Rashida Tlaib, famous Palestinian feminist politician in the US, congresswoman in the US, that Omar Soleiman features, Yaqeen features. They have conferences where they're side by side. She's invited to, or was in the past, I don't know if she is anymore, invited to these Islamic conferences. She says, my Allah is a she. Do you think that has anything to do with Aqidah? John Fontaine, you retard? You Medkhali retard? Do you think that has anything to do with Aqidah? My Allah is a she? Okay, denying the Quran, denying like the epistemology of Islam because it's gendered, it's male focused. You think that has anything to do with Aqidah, you retard? Or is Aqidah just the pamphlet you read, Kitab al-Tawheed, from Ibn Abdul Wahhab, that ISIS terrorist in the middle of Najd? Like that's all that Aqidah is about, right? That pamphlet that you probably didn't even read the whole thing. I don't think you're that literate to read 5 pages of a pamphlet. You think Aqidah extends beyond just that pamphlet of Kitab al-Tawheed, dumbass? Anyway, excuse my language. So this is Aqidah. Like, we unite on Aqidah, meaning Kitab al-Tawheed. And the compassionate imams know that, okay? The compassionate imams, you've noticed, okay, they're really soft with the Wahhabis. They don't talk about Wahhabism like I do. They don't talk about Ibn Abdul Wahhab like I do. They don't say that they come out and say he's a Khariji. Like, they dance around that. They tippy-toe around that. They're not going to take a hard stance because they want to be, in the good graces of the Wahhabis. They don't want the Wahhabis to descend upon them and start attacking them. So they're careful about that. And they know that the Wahhabis, especially the Medkhali bootlickers, okay, are not going to have a problem with the feminist project, with the liberalism project, with the secularism project. They know that, okay? Omar Soleiman knows that. Yaqeen knows that. Why? Because the Saudi establishment, okay, the center of Medkhalism and Wahhabism, has a secularizing project, Vision 2030. The Saudi government is literally pushing secularism and feminism, Saudi Halloween, Saudi Christmas, perennialism, the Abrahamic religion. They're literally pushing that. They're literally pushing a liberalization of Saudi society. And they know that these Medkhali bootlickers are not going to start criticizing that. They're not going to say, and they're very conveniently going to say, oh, but this is feminism. Yeah, we don't agree with all this, but let's focus on Aqidah. Let's focus on Aqidah. Your distortion of what Aqidah consists in. Your distortion of Aqidah. Oh, it just means what, Ibn Abdul Wahhab wrote in this pamphlet, Kitab al-Tawheed. That's all Aqidah is. So yeah, this is the game that compassionate imams play. They know that they can't have a straight up conflict with Ibn Abdul Wahhab and the Wahhabis. So they avoid it, and they bring some of these Wahhabi people into their institutions, as we'll see.
We can go to see this if you want, but I've just given people the timestamps there, where they can go back and check that 3 hours 50 is when he finds out Yaqeen has 10 million, and he wants a piece of the money. And that seems to be because, they're not refuting feminism, which he views as the #1 problem for Muslims leaving Islam, which we've already established and spoke about today. The number 1 problem is not conveying the correct Islam, not giving the correct dawah to the youth.
not spreading Kitab al-Tawheed. That's the number one problem facing the ummah. The number one problem facing the ummah is that the teenager, in the middle of New York City, doesn't understand that if you do istighatha, that's shirk. That's the number one problem. They don't have the right aqidah. They haven't memorized Kitab al-Tawheed. That's the number one problem facing the ummah. If we just all united behind the pamphlet of Kitab al-Tawheed, all the problems would go away. Look at these people. Look at this scum. This bootlicking scum. Imagine. Feminism is not a problem. Like, when Hijab says that, because in my conversation with Hijab, alhamdulillah, he came around and he saw the point that I was making, that someone like Yaqeen institution is taking 10 million per year, and they don't have any kind of sustained critique of feminism, any kind of sustained project to debunk feminism, secularism, liberalism, any kind of sustained project to even get into Judaism. Let's look at the Talmud, any sustained project to actually debunk Wahhabism. They don't spend their money on those kinds of, the 10 million. 10 million is for stories that make you feel good and make like the 20-year-old turban hijabi feel warm and fuzzy inside. Like, that's what 10 million is for, like storytelling. Oh, I feel so good listening to Omar Suleiman. Oh, that was so inspiring. Like, that's what $10 million is for. It's not actually for confronting these issues, these problems. Okay? It's, say, Free Palestine. Okay, remember the screenshot? It says Free Palestine, but then run cover for all of these degeneracies, all of this ideology, because otherwise you're going to alienate people. We don't want to alienate people. We want to push anyone away from Islam. Oh, is your concern really not pushing anyone away from Islam, or your concern is that you don't want to alienate people from giving you $10 million? The $10 million rolling in. Don't say anything that might threaten or jeopardize the 10 million that's being rolled in. Which one is it? So anyway, Yaqeen, with their 10 million, Hijab has a problem. And in the stream, you can go watch it. He has some very harsh words for Yaqeen Institute. They're not living up to their responsibilities. If they claim to be a think tank, which they initially did, but I think they moved away from that when they realized that they were getting called out for the cowards that they are, for the deviants that they are.
It's not feminism, it's not atheism, it's having the wrong understanding of Islam in the first place. If you have a correct, solid grounding in Islam, you can bring whatever you like. You can refute all the isms and schisms that there is. So I just wanted to mention that because...
Yeah, if you know that tawassul is shirk, and calling on, like, at the grave of the Prophet ﷺ, calling to the Prophet ﷺ with the intention that Allah is going to grant you something. If you don't know that that's clear-cut shirk and that whoever does that is a mushrik, if you know that that's the case, then you can solve everything. Like, you can solve all the problems of the ummah. Like, that's the missing link, basically. This is the missing link, the linchpin of all of our problems as ummah. Like, imagine how delusional you have to be, like how retarded you have to be. Istighatha, something that 99% of you had never heard of before these Wahhabi apes started attacking me for it. These cockroaches. That's the linchpin of the solutions for the ummah. Imagine.
Hijab's whole point is unity. Daniel doesn't want any of it, and the unity we want is based on is arbitrary unity, which Muhammad Hijab chooses. In this instance, it's whether you've refuted feminism or not, and it's just ridiculous. The fact that he can, come after Muslims like ourselves who are basically just calling to people to come back to the correct basic Islam. It's just shocking.
The correct basic Islam under the Saudi government, the correct Islam under whatever MBS and the Saudi royal family says, like, and never criticize that. Never criticize that. That's because that's contrary to the correct aqidah. Okay, that's literally the Madkhali bootlicker position of these apes. Okay, so why am I so hostile to John Fontaine? Some of you might be wondering. Okay, first of all, some of you don't know who this loser even is. That's fine. Like, he's not something important enough for you to know. But I have a history with him. And the reason is he requested to interview me for his dinky little podcast. And I thought to myself, like, okay, this loser, do I want to waste my time talking for this like small channel? It's a waste of my time. But look, I care about having good relations with Muslims. He seems like a good brother. He seems like he's doing good work. I don't care about the numbers. Sure, I'll take some time, 2 hours to get ready, do an interview, no problem. Okay, I'm a charitable guy. What can I say? And that's why I go on a lot of these different channels and talk to different people, because that's fine. I'm happy to talk to people. So then we have over an hour interview, talk to him, and then it doesn't get published. He doesn't publish it. Okay, he doesn't publish the interview. I say, you know, what's the deal? What's the deal here? I thought you were gonna publish. And he says, no, I'm not gonna publish it. Like, well, why? And then, so basically, what had happened is that his sheikh, okay, what he calls his sheikh, is a director for Yaqeen Institute. And at that time, I had come out with my review article of Yaqeen Institute, okay, which is on MuslimSkeptic.com. It's still there. It was published 7 years ago. You can still read it. And that review article it's like 50,000 words. It has all of, at that point, was all the crazy nonsense that Yaqeen was publishing, okay? Pro-feminism, pro-LGBT, pro-evolution, okay? All of the nonsense that they were promoting, okay? And they were affiliated with they had like lesbian writers working for them, okay? Actual self-proclaimed lesbians were writing not one article, not 2 articles, 3 articles for Yas Queer Institute, okay? That's why they got the name Yas Queer Simstitute, because they literally have lesbian authors, okay? They've scrubbed everything, by the way. They've scrubbed everything, and I'm going to show you some of that today. They scrubbed everything. They never thanked me. They never thanked me that I pointed out all of their deviance, all of their garbage, because that's what they really wanted to do. They really want to push the Muslim community into that direction of liberalization, accepting feminism, and this was part of a political program. And the history of that is a very long history, but basically these compassionate imams were deputized by the Democratic Party, by literally Barack Obama, by Barack Obama, to push moderate Islam through CVE. And the Yaqeen directors and advisors and board of directors included literal CVE architects, people who were involved with the creation of countering violent extremism with the Department of Homeland Security, with the FBI, with the Obama administration. They were literally appointed by Barack Obama for this purpose. They were directors of Yaqeen, like Dalia Mugahed. Dalia Mugahed, okay, who to this day is in conferences on the panel, same panel with Omar Suleiman. She was one of the directors of Yaqeen Institute, on the board of directors, board of advisors. Yasser Qadi is another one. Literally, it's a CVE architect. For those of you who don't know what CVE is, in the UK, it's called Prevent. Okay, it's this idea that what is radical Islam? Basically, if you're a conservative Muslim, you believe that women should cover themselves. You believe in the Sharia. You believe that Islam should have a part to play in Islamic government so that Muslims have sovereignty, and an Islamic government, a khilafah, like, you are a radical, you are an extremist, and you're on the conveyor belt, basically, to extremism and violence. And so we have to undermine that. The government has to undermine that, has to undercut that. And we have to have like a police state that's monitoring the beliefs of Muslims. And this is part of a larger liberal strategy that goes to the beginning of the colonial period and the European colonial invasion of the Muslim world, beginning with Napoleon, okay, at the end of the 18th century up until today, post-independence up until today. It's a long history, and obviously I've been speaking about it for 15 years of dawah. But Yasser Qadi was a part of that. Yasser Qadi, Dalia Mugahed was a part of that. Yaqeen Institute was a part of that. Okay? So I have my review. I'm bringing up all of this nonsense, all of this trash. It goes viral. Yaqeen comes in under a lot of heat. And then, back to John Fontaine. He says, yeah, my sheikh says that you're a liar. That you've lied about Yaqeen. And he interviewed, and he did a podcast with John Fontaine. And John Fontaine, because Yaqeen, or he did a podcast with Tahir Wyatt, who is the director at Yaqeen. Yaqeen launched a smear campaign against Daniel. Okay, you've heard of the Wahhabi bots. Okay, you've heard of the Wahhabi bootlicker bots. There's also Compassionate Imam bots. There's also Yes Queer Simstitute bots. And they're flooding social media. Daniel is a liar. Daniel is a liar. Daniel has lied about us. Okay, the same things that the Wahhabis do, the same thing that Rajit does. They just, instead of actually addressing the point, when they're caught red-handed, the only defense that they have is, oh, you're a liar. Okay, and this is something that we know the hypocrites do and the shayateen do. So then they have an interview, okay, on his dinky little podcast, and he publishes this, just nonstop smear. Like, this is actual over an hour, and it's just like trashing me. So I want to just play some of this.
And
So this is Tahir Wyatt. Tahir Wyatt is a graduate of the Islamic University of Medina. He claims, I think he's the first American to get a PhD from the Islamic University of Medina. Like, this was back in 2016 or 2015. He's a Medkhali bootlicker, okay? Carrying water for the Saudi state, basically. The Saudi government doesn't give PhDs and that kind of recognition to someone unless they're a bootlicking slave of the royal family and the Saudi government, okay? And if he's not that, I dare him to publicly criticize the Saudi government, okay? As far as I know, it doesn't exist. He's a bootlicker, just like John Fontaine. This is the sheikh of John Fontaine, and he's a director at Yaqeen Institute. And that's actually the strategic genius of Yaqeen Institute and Omar Suleiman. Omar Suleiman strategically brings in people, figures from every group, okay, from every strain. He brings in the Madkhalis. He brings in the Deobandis. He brings in the feminist academics. He brings in the Ikhwanis, okay? He has a representation in his organization, so those organizations will stay silent and won't criticize Yaqeen. It's pretty brilliant, right? And that's the way that someone who's very diplomatic operates for the success of your organization. It's something that I could never do. It's something that I can never do because I'm honest. Like, when I don't agree with something, I say it openly. I'm transparent in how I feel, and it's very hard for me to lie to someone. If I don't like someone, it's very obvious that I don't like them. If I don't agree with someone, it's very obvious. Okay? And so I can never be diplomatic in the way that Omar Suleiman and Yes Queer Simstitute is. But this is a person, they bring in the Madkhali contingent because they know if they bring in Tahir Wyatt, then all of these Madkhalis who would otherwise love to criticize Yaqeen for all their liberal garbage, all their feminist garbage, they're going to stay quiet. They're going to stay quiet because one of our own is a director there. You see how it works? So anyway, this is what Tahir Wyatt has to say about Daniel.
I'm very disappointed. I'll be honest with you. I was very disappointed. Because I have spoken with Daniel before once. I don't have like any long-standing relationship with him, but I don't have a bad relationship with him or anything like that. So I was disappointed by what I saw to be academic dishonesty, like a lack of integrity, in fact, in presenting the information. So
in my criticism of Yaqeen, I have academic dishonesty and I lack integrity. Okay, I'm a liar.
And I'll give you some examples because these ones I actually know. Now, I mean, if there's some specific claims that you think need to be addressed, then you can ask me maybe. But I'll give you an example. There was a paper that was written about evolution, but not not human evolution from Adam and Eve, right? Anyway, long story short.
He can barely like describe what the paper is. Okay. And he just says human evolution, but not from Adam and Eve. Anyway, like, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Can we just pause there? Human evolution, not from Adam and Eve. Okay. So the paper he's referring to is an argument published by Yaqeen, by David Jalajil, that Muslims can accept human evolution from apes. We can accept human evolution from apes, basically, a pre-hominid ape, and there's nothing in Islam that contradicts that. Imagine this, okay? You're trying to normalize and make acceptable the theory of evolution when it comes to human beings. That human beings were evolved from pre-hominids. And that doesn't contradict our theology. It doesn't contradict the Quran. It doesn't contradict Hadith. Imagine that. That was what the paper was about. And so I slammed that. I slammed Yaqeen. Why are you publishing this trash? Why are you trying to normalize evolutionary theory for the Muslims as if this is acceptable with Orthodox Islam, and putting this kind of sophistry from David Jalajil, this deviant, pushing that onto the Muslims, whitewashing this trash? Yeah, I went postal on that article. Okay, and we had like on MuslimSkeptic, we had like a full refutation of everything that's wrong with it. Okay, that came later. So this is what Tahir Wyatt is defending right now. This is what Tahir Wyatt is defending. Oh, the guy who cares so much about Aqidah. Oh, and John Fontaine is the one who's interviewing him. I don't know why the sound, it was like a remote interview, so the sound quality is really bad. But, you know, they care so much about Aqidah, guys. They care so much about Aqidah, but an article that's literally proposing some newfangled evolutionary theory of human origins, that doesn't concern Aqidah, obviously. So the ruler MBS hasn't said there's anything wrong with it, so it's fine, I guess.
The paper itself I hadn't initially read, but I saw the line where Daniel quotes the author saying that Adam and Eve are, you know, mythical figures or something along those lines, right? So basically, his claim is that Yaqeen Institute, he says, for example, on this particular post, that, you know, do you know that Yaqeen Institute says that Adam and Eve are mythical figures? And I was like, that's cool. Like, let's not sugarcoat. If we say that Adam and Eve, who are, you know, Adam is specifically mentioned in the Quran, and Adam and Eve, who are specifically mentioned in Sunnah of the Prophet, if we say that they are mythical figures, that's cool. So I went back to the article, and I was astonished, because what the author actually said was, if one were to argue that Adam and Eve are, you know, mythical figures, okay? Basically, he's saying, then that would invalidate their argument that says that science can disprove their existence, right? So this is what the author is saying. Not only is he saying for argument's sake, he actually puts if at the beginning of his sentence. In the quote, if you look at the article that's published against Yaqeen, they cut off the if and capitalize the letter of the next word, making it look like that is the beginning of the sentence. Okay, so even if you're quoting, you know, I mean, like if you're quoting somebody else and they have a capital letter and you want to put it in the beginning of your sentence, right? Then you have to put that in between brackets. Or if they have a lowercase letter and you want to put it at the beginning of the sentence, then you have to put that in brackets to indicate, you know, that you're quoting. No, erase the entire word if, okay? And then capitalize the next letter and cut off the end of the sentence to make it look like the author was saying that Adam and Eve are mythical figures. That is dishonest. And the reason why it was really disappointing to me is because this is being done in the name of preserving the deen, of protecting Islam. Since when did we protect Islam with lies? So, look, it's even so deep, and I have a few other things I need to say about this topic because it is.
All right, so this accusing me of lies, being dishonest. So when this came out, I did a defense. You know, I defended what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He didn't even read the article, apparently. Okay, it's clear that he didn't read the article. Or if he read it, he didn't understand it. Because if you understand it, you would be shocked by what is being argued by this deviant. Okay, you'd be shocked that you're trying to whitewash and normalize evolutionary theory of human beings. Okay, so he has no clue what he's talking about, and he's trying to get me on a technicality, like, oh, you made it seem like this is what he was saying, and you capitalized the if. And this is dishonest, you're lying, and all in the name of preserving the deen. Okay, so he's just dumping on me, and that, you know, this monkey, you know, just nodding his, oh, yeah, Daniel's dishonest, yeah. Okay, so you didn't even read the paper. You didn't even read you don't even know what kind of nonsense deviance is being spread in this paper. If you did, you wouldn't, like, come out and put your name in defending it, Tahir Wyatt or John Fontaine. Okay, so what did the actual article say? Let's go and read the actual article from Yaqeen. Okay, I think we should go read it, don't you think? Let's see, where is this article? Oh, here it is, Dr. David Solomon Jalajil, okay, on Yaqeen Institute. And let's see, it's a better view than this is this one. Okay, this is, let me show you the URL so you can go check it yourself and not claim that there's any funny business going on. Okay, there it is, yaqeeninstitute.org. Paper, there's the URL here. Actually, I don't know if I can expand that. But this is, if you Google this, Tawaqquf and Acceptance of Human Evolution. It's right there in the title. It's right there in the title, guys. Acceptance of Human Evolution. So if Tahir Wyatt and John Fontaine, they can't be bothered to read an academic essay, just read the title and see if any alarm bells go off for you. Okay? Can Muslims accept the scientific account of human evolution even while remaining faithful to the traditional understanding of Adam and Eve's unique manner of creation? Question mark. Okay. It's published originally in 2018. Okay. Oh, but look. Oh, no. Where is the article, guys? Where is the article? Oh, no. Oh, the article is not here. What happened? Oh, no. The article is not available for us to read. What happened? Oh, okay, let's see this. Let's see this note. Okay, August 2022. The interview that they were doing was from 2019 with Tahir Wyatt. Okay, so let me bring this here. This paper has been archived based on the recommendation of Yaqeen Institute's newly appointed editorial review board, whose task is to continually review our past publications and bring them up to date with our standards. We remain open to publishing robust treatments of the challenge posed by the science and ideology of evolution, which are themselves evolving and being actively revised in the academy. So, do you see what happened there? Okay, so they have a newly appointed editorial review board in 2022 that decided that this article needs to be archived, guys. I wonder why. I wonder why you deleted this article from your record. And oh, we archived it. Oh, is there an archive? You have a physical archive there in Dallas of Yaqeen articles? We've archived it. No, you deleted it. You deleted it off your website. Okay, you delete, just like you deleted my articles, actually, except you deleted my articles not because there's any problem with my articles debunking evolution, by the way. You deleted my articles because I criticized Yes Queer Simstitute. That's why you deleted my articles. But you let this trash promoting human evolution onto your site, and then you defended it, and then you sent your ape Tahir Wyatt and your ape John Fontaine to attack me and call me a liar. And now, looky, you've taken it down and you've left this humiliating note that, oh, on the recommendation of our editorial review board, we have to bring them up to date to our standards. So your standards, this article did not meet them, correct? Why? Is it because the article was un-Islamic? Is it contrary to Islam? What standards did it not meet, actually? They don't say. They don't say. Why not? Why? What standards there do you got there? Yaqeen? Yes, queer? What standards? They're not up to date. Did evolutionary science change? In the past, like since it was published, like the 4 years that it was published, it suddenly changed? And it's no longer relevant? Like, this is disgusting. Disgusting. Again, hypocrisy. You called me a liar. You trashed my name. Okay? John Fontaine. I confronted John Fontaine. Just a couple of years ago, I saw John Fontaine in purpose. I had a confrontation with him, that lowlife. And I said, like, you know, remember when you trashed the interview that we did? He said, well, my sheikh said that you're a liar. I said, well, did you confirm? Like, did you actually speak to me? Did you speak to me and confirm in advance? Did you actually, before you made a determination on that, did you get both sides of the story? You actually do your due diligence? Like, we had a personal contact. You could have asked me. You talked to me for over an hour, interviewed me. You could have said, hey, by the way, Daniel, on WhatsApp or whatever, hey, by the way, Daniel, you know, Yaqeen says that you're a liar. You have a response to that? Like, you want to make your point? Like, what should I make of this, Daniel? Like, you didn't even have the courtesy to do that, to do like basic due diligence. You just accepted. And he said that. He's like, well, my sheikh said it. My sheikh just said that you're a liar. And you lied about it. Okay. Okay, that's not, in Islam, just our principles of justice aren't, oh, just because someone I like said something, just because my friend or my teacher said something, that's the truth. Just because my teacher accused you of being a liar, that's the truth. That's not our standard in Islam. I don't think your sheikh is really teaching you Islam very well. You know, maybe you need to get a different teacher. Maybe someone who's not like a bootlicking slave of the Saudi royal family. Maybe you haven't learned Islam properly. Like, that's the problem. So, yeah, I said that, and, you know, the sniveling moron didn't have a response to that. So, yeah. There's your Yaqeen article, okay? That you were calling me a liar on the basis of some technicality, but the Yaqeen editorial review board, after I had, you know, many years campaigning against Yaqeen, pointing out this trash that they have been promoting, they quietly archive it. They archived it. The article about human evolution, how we can accept human evolution. Instead of accepting that, no, Allah created Adam alayhi salam, and from his rib he created Hawa, his mate. Instead of accepting the explicit nas of the Quran and the Sunnah, no, we can accept human evolution. That we evolved from pre-hominids, from apes. Okay. Yeah, that article, that the Sunni, they have the proper Aqidah, guys. They have the proper Aqidah. They have Tawheed. They have Tawheed, the proper Aqidah. We can accept that. We can have Tahir Wyatt shilling for that. We have John Fontaine shilling for that. Published by David Jalajil. We can shill for that and defend that and go on a public campaign to call the critics of that liars and dishonest and having some kind of grudge or whatever other nonsense he was spewing. That's the correct Aqidah, guys. These are the Wahhabis. These are the Wahhabis and the compassionate Imams working hand in hand. Okay, working hand in hand. The Wahhabis, John Fontucky, okay, and Tahir Wyatt, okay, they carry water for the compassionate Imams. They say, "Oh, our Wahhabi brethren, don't go after Omar Suleiman. Don't go after Yaqeen Institute. Don't go. They have the correct aqidah. Trust us. They have the correct aqidah. They love Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Really." That's how they defend Omar Suleiman. Yeah, he has the correct aqidah, guys. So anything else, yeah, he might make some wrong decisions and he has some questionable associations, but he has the right aqidah, guys. He's on good terms with the Saudi government. It's fine. You think I'm joking? You think I'm exaggerating? Go ahead and call me a liar. The truth, Allah will expose it. If I'm lying, Allah will expose it. If others are lying, Allah will expose it, either in this life or the next. Okie dokie. Yeah. Oh, so conveniently archived. We won't say why it was archived. We remain open to publishing robust treatments. Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so that's John Fontucky, Medkhali bootlicker. Oh, the correct aqidah. It's such a farce. All right, but now there's something else that I need to correct. Okay, and I don't have the same animosity towards this person. Okay, I think this is a person who just made some mistakes, and hopefully now he sees the light. But I need to clear the record. Okay, so this originated from Haqiqatjou, actually, because a super chatter asked about Dr. Shadi al-Masri. Okay, Shadi al-Masri. And he's not a Wahhabi, and I don't want to put him with the compassionate Imams, but there was a period of time where he was, working hand in hand with them, and he defended them a lot. Unfortunately. And he turned his animosity towards me in that period, okay? And so then I was commenting on this. I was giving this history on Haqiqatjou. And then Dr. Shadi responded to it. So let's look at that response.
Right. So those are my thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, I think in the light of time, people now recognize that, yeah, what these compassionate Imams were promoting at that time, and still to a certain extent are promoting to this day, are extreme. They're extremely detrimental to the ummah, and they're extremely contrary to Islam. When your organization literally promotes LGBT rights and says Muslims can support many LGBT rights, including gay marriage. And this is what Yaqeen Institute was promoting at that time, because they wanted to ingratiate the Muslim community, especially in the West, with the Democratic Party, the left wing. And so they're pushing, abortion, literally abortion. They're pushing Planned Parenthood at Yaqeen Institute, pushing LGBT rights, pushing gay marriage. And Jonathan Brown is the paper that was promoting this or for Yaqeen Institute, Omar Suleiman's Yaqeen Institute. And Shadi al-Masri was defending Jonathan Brown, defending him, this is a valid ikhtilaf.
No. Hold on a second. Go pull it up. No, I didn't defend it. That's a substantive mistake. I didn't hear this yesterday. Maybe because I was out ice skating with my kids in Bryant Park in New York. Right. That's when I was sort of listening to it, right? But that's actually substantively wrong. I literally said there is no defense for this idea. It's not a valid ikhtilaf. That is not a valid ikhtilaf. So that's a substantive mistake that he needs to retract. If anybody could find that Yaqeen, it's not on the website anymore, but because Jonathan Brown himself doesn't believe in it anymore. But that's not on the record. That's something he told me privately. So
yeah, spoiler alert, it's not on the website anymore. Okay, so Shadi, again, I respect Dr. Shadi. I think he has a lot of good takes. He has a podcast, Safina Society, has students. They do good work, and he's very knowledgeable, mashallah. Recently, some of these Wahhabis tried to harass him, they're privately calling him and he has like 25 minutes talking to this Wahhabi kid, and he's schooling this Wahhabi who's just so rude and vile, and basically accusing Dr. Shadi of being a mushrik. And you could see in that conversation that it's like a PhD professor talking to like an elementary school child. So his just off the cuff knowledge of Islam, mashallah, he's very knowledgeable in these things. And even beyond, like he brings in politics, he brings in like a lot of popular narratives, etc. Like he can talk to the youth. So I have a lot of good things to say about Dr. Shadi. But here he's wrong. He says that Daniel has made a substantive error and Daniel needs to retract. Okay. And I wouldn't comment upon this other than the fact that some people have been like contacting me and saying, Daniel, you're wrong. Daniel, why'd you lie about Dr. Shadi? Shame on you. You really need to correct your mistake, Daniel. I'm like, correct my what mistake? And they're like, well, Dr. Shadi said you made a mistake. Like, okay, well, did you like verify that? Did you actually verify? Or if you don't want to verify, you don't have the time, instead of taking his side and accusing me of lying, ask and say, Dr. Shadi said this. Is that true? Like, what do you say to that? How about that? Like, how about just like, why are you automatically taking his side? That's what I don't understand. Like, why are you automatically taking his side? That's not justice. Like, you should just determine the truth. And one of the minimum things that you can do to determine the truth is to get two sides of the story. So anything that I say, anything that I claim about anyone, you don't have to take my word for it. Okay? Go do your own due diligence. If you think I'm wrong, challenge me for receipts. No problem. And that's part of the reason why I'm always willing to talk to anyone. I invited Dr. Shadi for a conversation and he did not accept that invitation. Okay, no problem. You don't have to talk to me. And that's fine. You're busy. There are a million reasons why someone wouldn't want to talk to me. No problem. But I always invite people. I always have that open invitation for Wahhabis, for compassionate imams, for Omar Sulaiman himself, for yes, queer Simstitute people themselves, because I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm not afraid of transparency. Someone who's a liar, someone who's lying doesn't want to have an open, fair conversation with receipts. Anyway, so did I lie? Or did I make, he didn't say I lied. He said I made a substantive error, okay? But others are saying that Daniel lied and he needs to apologize. Okay, well, let's go back to the historical record. What had happened with this article is that Jonathan Brown, okay, this was back in 2017, I believe. He had published this article that Muslims should support many LGBT rights. He explicitly says that Muslims should support gay marriage. And he was defending this. The article defends this. And then Shadi, so Yaqeen didn't want to just publish this by itself because they knew they're going to get a lot of backlash for that. Okay, so Yaqeen knew that. Why are they even publishing such trash in the first place? Okay, because like I said, they wanted to get Muslims to get on board with the Democratic Party, to vote for Democrats and to oppose the Republicans, to oppose Donald Trump, etc., to continue the left-wing momentum from Barack Obama. Okay, that was the whole point. They wanted to get Muslims behind Hillary Clinton in 2016, and then in the midterms in 2018, they wanted a Muslim push in some, because there are a lot of Muslims in some of these swing states. So the Democratic Party strategically realized that we need to get Muslims on board. The problem is Muslims are conservative in their social values. They're conservative in their social values, and we're more progressive than we've ever been. Like, we're more woke than we've ever been. We're like doing these pride parades. We're saying that there is no such thing as two genders. Like, so how do you reconcile that? How do you get a socially conservative demographic, the Muslims, to start supporting us when we're in your face woke? We need the religious leadership. We need to bring in these imams, these moderates, okay, the people that like Barack Obama, to come and speak at the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. They brought Sherman Jackson, okay? Professor Sherman Jackson. Let's have Omar Soleiman, like, give a prayer. Let's bring in Dalia Mugahed, who was already appointed in the Obama administration. Let's, like, push out our these figureheads. They're religious figures, and they're going to preach this message to get the Muslims, to get this demographic, to American Muslims, to start supporting democratic causes, to rally behind the Democratic Party. And they did that. They did that very successfully, unfortunately. Look at how much simping there was for someone like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or Bernie Sanders or all of this trash. The Muslims in America were successfully psyoped. And part of the psyop was Omar Soleiman and Yes Queer Simstitute. And part of that psyop was articles like Jonathan Brown saying, yeah, Muslims can and should support many LGBT rights, including gay marriage. And to this day, you have American Muslims who are passionate advocates of gay marriage. And they're going to the masjid, okay? These are masjid-going Muslims. That's the shocking thing. And it's Jonathan Brown, it's Yaqeen Institute, and it's Shadi al-Masri. So they knew they couldn't just publish an article that says Muslims should support many LGBT rights and leave it at that. Okay, we'll bring in an interlocutor, someone who's going to argue the other point. And so they have Shadi al-Masri. What Shadi al-Masri does in his article, he says that Muslims cannot support these things. Muslims cannot support LGBT rights and gay marriage. And people are like, okay, well, what's the problem with that? What's the problem? First of all, it gives Yaqeen Institute plausible deniability. Because anytime someone says that, well, Yaqeen, you're promoting gay marriage and LGBT rights, they go, no. We published Dr. Shadi's article who says we shouldn't support that. So we're good. It's plausible deniability. You publish both sides, you muddy the waters, basically, to give yourself plausible deniability. But in the minds of Muslims, you give them the license. You give conservative religious Muslims the license to support Democrats, to support LGBT, to support this gender nonsense. You give them the license to accept that and to spread that. And it's already Muslims who are already under massive social pressure to go with the woke tide, to go with the rainbow. You're giving them the lifeline to, I can accept LGBT and be a religious practicing Muslim. Thank you, Yaqeen Institute. And by Dr. Shadi participating in that obvious ploy, you're helping them. You're helping them advance this kind of plausible deniability. Whereas your position should have been, I'm not participating in this trash. I'm not allowing you to whitewash this trash, to give respectability to this trash. That's what Dr. Shadi should have said. So just by the very nature of your participation in this ploy, that's a problem in and of itself. And your participation already gives it allows Yaqeen to argue that this is an area of ijtihad. This is an area of ikhtilaf. This is an area where our scholars have differed. You're lending credence to that. You're lending believability to that. When it's not the case. There is no ikhtilaf on this. What Jonathan Brown is saying is demonstrably, categorically false. Muslims cannot support LGBT. It's not a matter of debate. It's not a matter of debate. It's not a matter of ikhtilaf. It's not something that should be respected. It's not something that should be promoted. That's like someone publishing, like, just to use an extreme example, someone publishing, Muslims can support Zionism. And then publishing at the same, imagine like MuslimSkeptic, okay? We publish an article. Muslims can support Zionism, the idea that Jews have a divine right to the land of Quds and Sham, Philistine. Like they have a divine right. And then we publish another article that says, no, Muslims cannot support Zionism. And then people criticize, well, how are you publishing a pro-Zionist, pro-Judeo-Muslim article on your site? Like, oh, no, I have the rebuttal. I have the rebuttal right here. You can't accuse me. you would have a problem not only with me publishing such filth, you have a problem with whatever person is legitimating the exercise by submitting the rebuttal. Okay? And that was my problem with Dr. Shadi. That was my critique of him at that time. And that's the point I was making in Haqiqatjou, in the live stream. But he says, no, I've made a substantive error. Okay? So what is the error? You're presenting this as a debate. So the other problem actually is that Yaqeen is constraining the bounds of debate. Is that really the two sides? We support LGBT or we don't? Like, is that really the two sides of the discussion on LGBT? And that's the psyop. Like, that's the kind of trick that's being done to you. Is that, no, those aren't the two sides. The other side that's not being mentioned by Yaqeen and is not being represented by any article is that Muslims should oppose LGBT rights. Just like many of these Christians. Muslims should actively oppose the normalization of homosexuality and LGBT and transgenderism in society. Muslims should be actively opposed to that and vote against that. That is the other end of the spectrum. That is the antithesis to Jonathan Brown's position. But Yaqeen doesn't represent that. They don't have an article on that. They have an article that just says be neutral, like we can't support. And that's what Shadi wrote. So they're basically shifting the Overton window in a way that is very politically convenient for the Democratic Party, who they're aligned with, who they're working for. Do you see this? Like, and I spilled so much ink trying to explain this in articles, in videos for years. And yeah, no, who else is talking about this psyop? Who else is talking about this? But Daniel's a liar. I mean, I wish I weren't the only one. I wish I weren't, but show me who else. Daniel's obsessed. Daniel's obsessed with this. Like, you're getting psyoped, my brother. My brother in Islam, you are getting psyoped. My sister in Islam, you are getting psyoped. There's a political agenda here that is manipulating your understanding of Islam. And you don't realize it. And when I come and tell you and I explain it, you call me a liar. So, anyway, this is like the past, but it needs to be repeated because some of these trends are reviving themselves. Like the pro-LGBT stuff, the pro-feminism stuff, the compassionate imam stuff, like it's being revived and it's having a resurgence. Because of Free Palestine. Because of Free Palestine. And Muslims are saying that, oh, well, I see a lot of liberals who are in support of Palestine and they're now embracing the same garbage again. So, that's why there's an extra urgency to talk about it. Okay, so this is, Dr. Shadi says it was a substantive error that I made. So let's look at the receipts. This is the article, okay? And this is what he says. This is what Dr. Shadi says. I thank and commend Dr. Jonathan Brown for inviting me to respond to his article. Within certain parameters, the scholars of the past compartmentalized their differences, and so as their students, we ought to imitate them. I believe this pair of articles represents a good exercise and example in civil discussion, debate, and disagreement. Okay, so what do you get from that? So I already explained that just by participating in this exercise, the framing of it and the way that Yaqeen bots and Yaqeen apologists frame this whole thing is that it's just ikhtilaf. Like you have the scholar, Dr. Jonathan Brown, and the scholar, Dr. Shadi, and they have a disagreement. They disagree and they're debating it. And we respect both sides. We respect both sides. We respect ikhtilaf. Right? So that's implicit. But he also makes it explicit. He also makes it explicit at the end of his article. or his argument, he says, I commend Dr. Brown for pushing gay marriage and pushing LGBT rights. I commend him. And the scholars of the past compartmentalize their differences. Okay, we have differences, but we can have a discussion and a debate, a civil discussion, and despite disagreement. So he makes it explicit that this is just difference of opinion. Okay? When in reality, his position should be, this is not a matter of discussion. How dare you? How dare you advance this? How dare you try to psyop the Muslim community? That should be the response. What I was saying. But no, Shadi came after me. Shadi came after me and is arguing against me. Okay, at that time. This is October 17th, 2019. There's a big difference. This is Dr. Shadi on Twitter. There's a big difference between advocating something haram out of belief in it versus advocating haram because you feel there's a dire need. The former is kufr, the latter is an ijtihad and may not even be sinful. So he's talking about Jonathan Brown. It's an ijtihad. Okay, he's defending Brown advocating haram because there's a dire need. That's a valid ijtihad. Okay, there's a dire need for Muslims to support LGBT rights. Okay, and gay marriage. So that's ijtihad. Okay. Now, is it a valid ijtihad? Was usul used properly? Was the person even a mufti to start with? Is the dire need real? Do the harms outweigh the benefits? All that can be discussed. What is there to discuss? All the answers are obvious. The answers are no, it's not a valid ijtihad. No, there is no usul that Jonathan Brown used. Okay, he doesn't even know it at that time. Maybe he's learned since then. There was no usul invoked. Okay, other than there was a common vision that we have with liberals. Was the perfect person even a mufti to start with? No. Is the dire need real? No, obviously. Okay, they were saying that, if we don't accept gay marriage, we're going to be put in concentration camps, basically. And they're going to dissolve all Muslim marriages. Just, this is an imaginary nightmare scenario to justify supporting LGBT. But at the core, we must separate the motive of the statement, belief versus fatwa due to need. And so all of this is defense of Jonathan Brown. That's the root issue with Yaqeen Institute paper. Some of the comments by Haqiqatjou may have inadvertently made it seem that Jonathan Brown is calling for support of LGBT as a matter of principle belief, in which case an outsider can't be blamed if they deem him a bid'i kafir. Okay, so an outsider can't be blamed if you deem Jonathan Brown a bid'i or a kafir, like a deviant or a kafir or a disbeliever. Okay, so then I responded to this. Okay, this is what I replied to Dr. Shadi. His tahrim is of homosexual acts. He does not do tahrim of supporting LGBT rights. In fact, he encourages it and bases it on the principle of common vision for America, as if that were a dalil, as if that were a valid reason. Like that's what Jonathan Brown argues. So it is on the basis of principle. And of course, I didn't make takfir of Jonathan Brown. And as Dr. Shadi says, he doesn't even have this position, but he hasn't publicly retracted. He hasn't publicly, as far as I can tell, said that this was wrong and apologized to me. Then Dr. Shadi responds, not in itself, though, but only due to a perceived dire need where the forbidden is rendered permissible. We can argue the validity of the claim, but it's clear that he is using the legitimate qaida of necessities permit the prohibited. Okay, so Shadi is saying this is a valid ijtihad. There's a qaida here. There's a principle. Legitimate principle here. Common cause, meaning common cause between Muslims and LGBT, can be debated. Oh, it can? But it's a moot point in the structure of his argument. What do you mean it's a moot point? Jonathan Brown explicitly says that the reason why Muslims should support LGBT is not actually because of dire need. Okay? He actually disqualifies that as a valid reason. He says that we should support it because we have a common vision for the future of America, of freedom and liberal rights. He's basically like a libertarian. He makes a libertarian argument. And because of our commitment to libertarianism, and we don't want the government to tell us who can and can't get married, that's why we support it. That's why we can support it. It's a common cause. Shadi says that it's not a part of his argument. That's the essence of, that's the main principle of his argument. The real legal pivot point is darurat tubhi al-mahdurat. Okay, necessities permit the forbidden. That's the core of the claim. So that wasn't what Jonathan Brown actually argued. But the point is, why I'm showing you these receipts is to say that, yeah, Dr. Shadi, yes, you were defending Jonathan Brown. Yes, you were saying this is a valid point of ijtihad and disagreement. Yes, you were. Why are you denying it now and saying that I made a substantive error? You think like I forgot about all this? Maybe, I mean, I think Dr. Shadi has forgotten. That's why. I think he maybe forgot, like he has compartmentalized that few years where he was with these compassionate imams. Like maybe he's just like forgotten that, like bad memories. I get it. I don't think that Dr. Shadi is deliberately like misrepresenting this history. I think it just slipped his mind. Who's going to remember a tweet from October 2019? I remember it. Like I remember it because I was shocked. I was shocked and very saddened to see Dr. Shadi going to bat for nonsense. But I don't blame him if he forgot. And then there was another example. So another conversation that Hijab had. So Hijab interviewed me. Okay, this was in what year? I think this was 2019 as well. He interviewed me on his podcast, and I didn't want to talk about yaqeen, but Hijab brought up yaqeen, and we talked about it. I made my criticism of the LGBT paper, and then immediately after, he talks to Jonathan Brown and Shadi al-Masri, and I did like a 5-hour stream, like analyzing their response in depth. But it was funny because just like ADNAN Rajit demanded the opportunity to respond, to come on and get on Hijab's podcast and respond to Daniel's lies, Yaqeen did the same thing. Like they demanded, we have to come on to your podcast, Hijab, to respond to Daniel's lies. Same thing. And it was a disaster. Like, that's why I have to give my props to Muhammad Hijab. Like, he really, and the thing is, I pointed this out, is like he's very calm in how he's talking to these people, but he still pushes on their inconsistencies and he makes them look really bad. So if you're interested in like the full analysis that I did, you can go check, one of the early MuslimSkeptic videos on this channel. Anyway, look at what Shadi says in the beginning here.
Wait, hang on. I would just want to say I actually completely agree with you, right? So that's exactly the kind of ground we wanted to feel out in this discussion. Sorry, go ahead, Shadi.
Yeah,
Shadi, what's your position? Yeah,
it's a very important point, that Jonathan making, and it's not separating between religion and politics, but it's really separating between what's ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura and what is up for what's a nazila, a new matter that requires maybe some qiyas.
Translate the word, sorry.
A nazila is a new matter that we are facing right now, which requires an ijtihad. We're not talking about ijtihad like the four madhabs level ijtihad, but we are forced to make a qiyas based upon, and we're forced to make a decision. So what that does is it removes the difference of opinion from one of which would render a person like a kafir rejecting that which is known in religion, zindiq. So it removes it from that and brings it into the sphere of a difference of opinion. I might feel that you're holding something that's sinful. But
Shadi, there's one thing I would want to just kind of probe you on.
So there is Shadi, in his own words, saying like this topic of supporting gay marriage and supporting LGBT rights, that's the whole topic of the podcast, we've brought into the realm of ijtihad. Because this is a nazila, this is a new matter. And we have our muftis, our mujtahids, I guess, doing ijtihad on it. And they'll come to different conclusions. That's how he's framing the whole thing. And that is very problematic. That's very problematic, and I'm sure that he doesn't agree with that today. Okay, literally again, and this podcast was such a train wreck for both of them that he's saying, like, the infamous quote of Jonathan Brown, like, I don't support gay marriage, I support marriage for gay people. Like stuff like that, like, so
he can't. I'm basically saying, Uncle Sam, don't make tashri'ah. So that's actually a valid position, right? The secondary consequences of that may be, certain things that are halal, certain things that are crazy, right? Haram. But
so here now Shadi is even going beyond, like he's actually arguing Jonathan Brown's point for him, like the libertarian argument that, my position might be to the US government, don't do tashri'ah, like don't say marriage has to be like this or that. Like, don't just lay off. Don't define these things. And that if that means that gay marriage is allowed, okay, that might be a negative consequence, but that's not in my hands. So this kind of logic, this kind of libertarianism that was being promoted, like this, actually Shadi was defending this. And that's Jonathan Brown's whole point. That's Jonathan Brown's whole point. That's why it's a defense of gay marriage. Supporting gay marriage and all of these new laws that were being introduced, LGBT discrimination, like businesses can't reject baking a cake because if you say, I'm not going to bake your cake for your gay wedding, that's discrimination. That's homophobia. That we have to force them to bake the cake, force them to bake the gay marriage cake. Like all of these things were being legislated at that time. These are part of gay rights, LGBT rights, and Yaqeen at the time pushing it with their article. Jonathan Brown explicitly trying to give very clumsy explanation or defense of it, which is just amounts to libertarianism. And unfortunately, Shadi coming on as like someone who is supposed to be a more traditional Islamic scholar and saying that, well, this is valid ikhtilaf. I might not disagree, but it's a matter of ijtihad. So yeah, I was very upset. I was very opposed to this. Went to war against this. Did a 5-hour live stream reaction. That was like on a cheap webcam and terrible mic, terrible sound quality. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that was happening. So I mean, again, I didn't want to relitigate all of this. Okay. Oh, well, the final point. What happened to that article? Okay. What happened? Oh, no. This is the article. There's Dr. Jonathan Brown and Dr. Shadi Al-Masri published in December 2017. Okay. Yaqeen Institute. Where is it? Oh, it's also been archived. It's also been archived. Oh, no. What's the reason for archiving it, I wonder? Let's see. What's the reason? I'll just expand it so it's easier to read. In 2021, they update. Following a debate that took place at UMJA in 2016 regarding how American Muslims could maintain their commitment to Islam's normative position on marriage and sexuality while also practically navigating the political challenges in the United States associated with defending Muslim safety and religious rights against rising Islamophobia. Okay, so they're already framing it like, oh, we have to balance the Islamic normative position and balance the safety of Muslims. So if you don't support LGBT and gay marriage, your safety is in question. Okay. So in light of that, following a debate that took place in 2016, Yaqeen Institute published a scholarly debate on the subject between Jonathan Brown and Shadi Al-Masri. Brown, who had already published his views elsewhere, stridently upheld the orthodox Islamic sexual norms. He's a champion for the Islamic norms. Support gay marriage. Support LGBT rights. He's a strident. following other leading Islamic scholars. Oh, he was following all the Islamic scholars at the, you know, like Sherman Jackson speaking at the DNC, the leading American Islamic scholars, advocated the path of political accommodation to secure reciprocal rights for Muslims as a religious minority. Again, that's not what his argument was. He was making a principled libertarianism argument, okay? And he actually said, I don't want to make that kind of tit-for-tat argument, we scratch their back, they scratch ours, because I believe in principles, okay? Because if you said that, okay, as a Muslim, I support your LGBT rights because I don't want you to throw me into a concentration camp, that, okay, they can say that, okay, Muslims are just opportunistic. Like, Muslims don't actually believe in LGBT. Muslims don't actually believe in our rights. They're just being opportunistic. They're just self-concerned. They only worrying about themselves. They're not true allies. So Jonathan Brown, anticipating that, says, no, I'm principled. I think we have a common vision. We have a common vision for America. It's not a tit for tat. It's not a quid pro quo. But, you know, rewriting history, Yaqeen says, oh, he wanted political accommodation to secure reciprocal rights. Blatant lie. Even in their retractions, they lie. Shadi al-Masri argued that no such accommodation is warranted given the subsequent cultural and political developments. What political developments were those, I wonder? Okay, is it the fact that the Democrats dumped you guys? Like the Democrats, you know, shut off the money supply, stop inviting you to Congress? Like what was it actually that the subsequent cultural and political developments, like between 2017 and 2021, Dr. Brown no longer holds this position. He agrees that his earlier treatment of the subject has been rendered obsolete by Supreme Court rulings that entrench and enforce understandings of sexual and gender identity in law. What? So the Supreme Court decisions were from Obergefell, like in 2016. That predates your article about gay marriage, Jonathan Brown. So what kind of Supreme Court decisions were made that make your arguments obsolete? This is nonsense. This is like a word salad. So Yaqeen doesn't take responsibility for promoting gay marriage, for promoting LGBT rights. They don't take responsibility for it. They just rewrite history. They archive, you know, in the archives, the old archives in Dallas, where they're keeping, they're housing these relics, these relics of brilliant ijtihad. That's where this stuff is. It's being archived in Dallas. Okay. So anyway, this is outrageous to me. This is outrageous. In the same way that Adnan's trash, we were outraged by it. It makes you sick to your stomach. I'm also outraged by the compassionate imams. No accountability for their trash. Like no one held them accountable. Okay, let's be honest. Like, who else was talking about them? Who else was putting their feet to the fire? Who else forced them? Like, basically forced them, because every Pride Month, every June, I would roll out a salvo of critique against Yaqeen because the article was up for so long, for years, until they relented. Like, I had to bully these people. People say, "Oh, Daniel, you're so harsh. Daniel, why can't you be more polite? This is not the way, Daniel. This is not the way. Where's the respect? Where's the adab?" You don't know anything about adab. You don't know anything about the sunnah. You don't know anything about these topics. Just shut up. Just go follow the compassion imams. Simp for them. Simp for the simp imams. It suits you. But I get results. Okay? I get results, alhamdulillah. By the permission of Allah, I get results. My method gets results. That's all I can say. Like, look at the scoreboard. They have to take their articles down and then, like, slink away, tail between their legs. Oh, we archived it. We archived it, guys. That's why it's no longer available. Not because Daniel curb stomped us. Not because Daniel curb stomped us and humiliated us for years. We archived it because it's just obsolete now. There's a Supreme Court ruling that made it obsolete. There's new discoveries in evolution that made the article about human evolution obsolete. That's why we have to archive it. dishonest scum, trash. This is why, like, the compassionate imams, they didn't really learn anything. They didn't actually substantively change. If they changed, where is the regret? Where is the feeling of mistake that you made? You made a mistake. You misled the Muslims. Why aren't you trying to correct that? All the Muslims who read the article and that affected their understanding of the issue, like basically a generation that you ruined with these ideas, where is the sense of rectifying that? Where's the islah? Like, why haven't you actually made it clear why you took down the articles? Why didn't John Fontucky and Tahir Wyatt, bootlicker, come out and say, actually, we were wrong for calling Daniel a liar. The article was trash. We didn't read it at the time because we're illiterate apes, and we were wrong. We're sorry we misled you. We're sorry that we promoted this trash, this deviance to you, while pretending like we're Aqidah warriors. We care so much about Aqidah. Yeah, where is the regret? Where is the sense of accountability? Where is the... Because on Yom Al-Qiyamah, some Muslim can come and say, like, I supported gay marriage. I supported LGBT rights. I believe that, you know, we're evolved from apes, okay? Because I read it on Yaqeen Institute. Omar Suleiman's Yaqeen Institute, Ashraf Motiwala, these board members. I read it from their institute, and there was no retraction. There was no correction. They just allowed me to have this belief, and I died upon it. So, if someone were concerned about their akhirah, they're concerned about being judged and accountability, they would come out and speak and correct their error. Khalid is sending me verses of the Quran from Surah Al-Baqarah. As for those who repent, mend their ways, and let the truth be known, they are the ones to whom I will turn in forgiveness, for I am the acceptor of repentance, most merciful. This is what Allah is saying. So it's repent and mend your ways, okay, and let the truth be known. Yaqeen hasn't done that. They've hidden the truth. They haven't said out loud, oh, what we had on our website and what we're promoting and what we're defending for years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, is wrong. And it was a mistake. This is the correct position. That is what is required. Okay, Islah. They don't do that. They lie about it. Okay, you don't even have to apologize to me. I'm a nice person. Okay, you don't need to apologize to me. That'd be nice after you blackened my name, called me a liar for years. But those who reveal what they had concealed, they don't reveal what they had concealed. They lie about it. Okay, that is our show. Let's look at the super chats now. Long show, I know. How should Muslims respond to citizen vigilante? It's going to take a long time to get into those details. This is the anti-Muslim immigrant movie that came out. Just protect yourselves, protect your families, through legal means. It's getting increasingly hostile to Muslims, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. That's what you got to know. So I want to do a show actually on this because you have a bunch of the same usual suspects, the compassionate imams, like their responses. We have to just promote the idea that it's a melting pot. America and the West, it's just a melting pot and everyone is welcome. We just have to promote plurality and LGBT, like literally, like these kinds of themes. Like they're still stuck as if it's still 2016 or 2017. And they think that the same political lines that they got from Barack Obama are going to work now. It's like, where have you been, retard? Like, the liberal line, the pro-immigrant line has been destroyed by nationalism, by populism. So Abdullah says, Abu Ibrahim is part of I3 Institute and you two have a lot in common, but what's the need for Salafism label? Why not be just be Hanbali Athari? Ash'aris, Hanafis don't have this additional label. Well, whatever. Like, what matters is the substance of your beliefs. Abu Ibrahim, yes, now I recall, like, this brother. If it's who I think you're talking about, I don't know if he's associated with I3 Institute. If it's who I'm thinking of. But if it is who I'm thinking of, he's a good brother and he has a lot of good ideas, mashallah. And yeah, there might be opportunities for me to talk to him more, collaborate, inshallah. Hamza says, Muhammad Hijab gave Adnan a shut up call at the end. It was shameless of Adnan to be so unjust. Whenever you mention yaqeen, I have to go spit. Thank you. Me too. I mean, I have to spit as well. Also, bro, your thoughts on Khadim Rizvi and engineer Muhammad Ali. I don't follow these people because they speak in Urdu. So I don't know, like I can't, it's difficult for me to go to the primary sources. And they say that they have some reformist views, some anti-hadith views, anti-madhab views. So obviously I'm against that. I'm against those who are so anti-madhab, anti-Islamic tradition. I'm pro-madhab. Captain Caliphate says, not gonna lie, I think there's gonna be a resurgence of leftism among American Muslims due to the most zealous Palestine activists being far leftists. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. Dawah Trucker, how's it going, bro? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything is well with your family. Anyone who makes halal what Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam has made haram and then pushes it and supports it in itself is disbelief that can take the one who does it out of the fold of Islam. Even worse, done to uphold secular belief. Yeah, there's a very definite danger. Obviously, we have to be careful about takfir, but in principle, the idea of pushing something as halal that Allah has made haram, or vice versa, something as haram that Allah has made halal, like those who say that, oh, having multiple wives is haram. Okay, this in and of itself is kufr. This is kind of disbelief. Sammy says the crass political trade-off is like how Quraysh proposed, hey, how about we worship idols on some days and Allah alone on other days? Rejected. Absolutely. DJ Sima says, don't change, Daniel. You're spot on. Appreciate it. Thank you, DJ. Famo says, Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. I heard a Medkhali telling a Palestinian, why criticize other Muslim governments? Go back to your country and fight for it. Yeah, bro. I mean, that's what these Medkhalis do. Actually, you know, they say, don't go fight for it. I guess they say both. Like the Medkhali scholars say that, no, actually, they shouldn't fight for it. They should just allow the Zionists to take over. Their Medkhalis are not in support of Palestinian resistance at all. And they haven't been historically. Their scholars are opposed to Palestinian resistance. They think that the Palestinians should just like roll over and die or make hijrah, leave Palestine, just whatever Israel wants. Like let Israel just take whatever it wants. And they promote that because that's in the benefit of the Gulf monarchies that are allied with the Zionists or with the United States or both. YC says, me not watching my GOAT Ronaldo at World Cup, instead enjoying this masterpiece stream. Appreciate it. Is Ronaldo playing right now? May Allah guide Ronaldo and have him accept Islam. I mean, I don't know. I just like Ronaldo. I'm not a soccer fan or a football fan. in the sense that I follow. Like I haven't even followed the World Cup. Like even the Iranian game versus Iran versus Egypt, I didn't watch it. I watched the highlights after the fact. I do think that Iran was robbed. Okay, don't tell me about these offside rules and oh the goalie came forward so it's an offside technically. Like, come on, man. The actual image that was created to show that oh just like a half an inch of his foot in front, like that didn't seem like it was camera footage. That seemed like it was a reconstruction. And there's some kind of technology that is determining that. And that's something that can be gamed. It's something that can be exaggerated. It depends on the angle of the camera. So call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think there's a lot of strange calls that come out, especially with Iran. Like they've had multiple goals called off. Anyway, I'm happy for any Muslim country that succeeds. Egypt, Morocco, I hear is doing really well. So, and I like Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, you know what I used to play a lot of, by the way? Much more than watching soccer, I used to play FIFA. FIFA on Xbox. PlayStation 2, I played FIFA. But I played the OG FIFA on Super Nintendo. Imagine that. By myself, because back then I didn't have like a multiplayer. It wasn't like online Xbox Live or anything to play with people. Just play by myself. FIFA, I think it was FIFA 96. FIFA 96 for the Super Nintendo. Play that as a child. And back then, yeah, I'd be either Brazil mostly. Yeah, good old days. Simpler times. Hamza says, love you, bro. Make dua for us all. May Allah bless you and protect you and preserve you and all of us and our families. Ameen. Keep us firm on the truth. Ameen. Captain Caliphate, wonder if another 30-plus Sheikhul Islam document coming for hijab now. Yeah, maybe. The Dawah personalities, like, that was also a funny part of the stream that I didn't mention, like how he was crying about, oh, we were victimized by Daniel. Oh, and we were so victimized that we had to write a document condemning him. Oh, it's like you and a bunch of nobody losers and Ali Dawah got together and signed a document, the global Dawah personalities, that I'm a mushrik, that I promote shirk, and you disavow me and you wash your hands of me, and and you're the victim, not me. It's unbelievable. The gall of these people is outrageous. Outrageous, people. Muslim Boogeyman says Sega was better. I don't think so, bro. Super Nintendo is definitely better. GameCube was like, I was already in high school and too busy to play video games at that point. Daniel is old as expletive. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, I'm an old man. Okay. People are saying, oh, have some respect for Adnan Rajit. He's your elder. Like, we're in the same generation. It's not that much older than me. I'm an old fart. Let's see. Messi is the better player. Excuse me? He's a wall kisser. He's a wall licker. Wii. Oh, I remember Nintendo Wii. That was by the time I was in college. It was like the new thing. Like you can, it's like motion detecting. The Wii remote. What was it called? Wand. It was a wand. Xbox 360, baby. Halo. Okay, Halo 3 specifically. Halo 3. I played a lot of Halo 3 in graduate school. Instead of doing my, studying for my exams, playing Halo at Harvard and in Boston. Daniel, are you good at chess? I'm okay. I'm okay. My kids are pretty good. How are you and Adnan the same age, brah? I didn't say I was the same age, but it's not that big of a difference. Like, I'm in my 40s now. I'm in my 40s. So, and when you get 40, like, that's a different stage of life, basically. Even, like, according to Arab culture, like the traditional Arab culture in the time of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like, when you reach 40, like, you're matured as a man. It's a milestone at age 40. So yeah, and that's in Hijri years. So I'm in my 40s in Hijri years, in like lunar years, I should say, lunar calendar, and solar calendar. I'm in both calendars. I'm in my 40s. So I'm an elder now. You have to call me Unc. Sonic the Hedgehog. I never played Sonic. I played Mario. Ronaldo has been to Israel as well. No, you're ruining my image of Ronaldo as a pro-Palestinian Chad. PS2 was GOAT. Yeah, a lot of people like PS2. I had PS1. I mean, I didn't have it, but it came out when I was a kid. PS1, and it was supposed to blow away Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Age of Empires 2, yes. Now we're talking. That's my game. Age of Empires 2. That's why I watch Hera. How did you get into Harvard? Good question. Very good question. I play StarCraft and Diablo. Original StarCraft or StarCraft 2? Are you Korean? It's Korean MuslimSkeptic fan. Metal Gear Solid. I never played that. Legit thought Daniel was 29. No, man, I'm old. Kaka Daniel. Kaka, I assume you're Afghan or you're Persian. Kaka is like the Shirazi word. This is like from Shiraz. It's not even standard Farsi. It means brother. Brother Daniel. Amu Daniel. Gears of War 3, never played that. Dawa Trucker says, I wonder if those who push to make an alliance with the disbelievers, especially the Christians at the end of time, will be on with it since they refuse to unite with Muslims today. I don't know. Allahu alam. So we'll see. Fandom is tired. He wants to sleep. Go to sleep, bro. I'm not going to bring in any new comments or any new topics. I'm just going to talk about video games, basically. I need a palate cleanser. I need something light to talk about since we got into such... And I was so angry, and so I was just like, even using expletives that I don't use generally. That's how angry I was. I need a palate cleanser. I need to talk about like something fun and reminisce about my childhood, the SNES, FIFA. Give me this, bro. Did you see Shamsi criticizing Sneeko about Karbala? I haven't seen the clip yet. I think Sneeko messaged me about it, but I haven't actually seen the clip. About visiting Karbala. But yeah, I told you, these Wahhabis are takfiring Sneeko now. They're attacking him nonstop. How do you keep your skin good? Allahu A'lam, that's a good question. Like, because I have oily skin. Like I'm a greaseball. Like I'm this swarthy, greasy Middle Easterner, and my skin is naturally like oily. Like that's why it looks glazy, like on camera. Even I have to like constantly wipe. I have to wipe my face. It's not like moisturizer. I have natural moisturizer. So don't give me hasad, bro. Say mashallah. Say mashallah. I don't have those wrinkles yet. Streets of Rage. Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out for $100. Oh, it's our friend Brad. How's it going, Brad? I remember when Grand Theft Auto came out. I was in high school, I think. But by high school, I wasn't really playing many video games. I was really into basketball. When I was in high school, I was really into basketball and just academics. So I was playing a lot of ball, basically. And I was skinny. I was really skinny back then. Could dunk a basketball because I was playing a few hours every day. Then I got fat. Then I became a fatty. Can Daniel speak Persian? Yes. I can speak Farsi and understand it. Daniel, what's your glow stack? Yeah. Again, like, it's just the natural oiliness of my skin. I only wash my face with water. Water and, like, very basic soap that doesn't have chemicals or anything. Did you ever play Super Metroid? Yeah, I played Super Metroid. But the thing about Super Metroid is that it's like a person in a spacesuit, but the person it turns out to be a woman. They're putting this kind of feminist stuff in games back then, even with the Super Nintendo. So you expect like Super Metroid to be like a man, like a burly spaceman, astronaut or whatever, fighting aliens. Turns out to be a woman. Bro, what's the difference between Yazid and these Nejdis? They have a lot in common, I think. We need democracy on Daniel's face. Yeah, they're gonna invade. You definitely need women's rights on my face. You need women's rights, and you need democracy on my face. Trump is gonna declare Operation Free Daniel's face. Get access to that oil. GTA India looks promising. I think we all need more soy in our diet. What are you saying, Muslim Boogeyman? I'm not following the facetiousness. Daniel, when you were heaviest, were you eating healthy or eating a lot of junk food? I was eating healthy, but it's about portion control. Don't really eat out much. Like, it's just a matter of portion control. Alhamdulillah, I'm losing weight now. The weight loss journey, it's a long journey. Long struggle, but I think I got some good things going on, alhamdulillah, now. With portion control is like the biggest thing. So I'm gonna, when I get closer to my goals, okay, because I've been yo-yoing a little bit. Maybe you've noticed that. with the weight. So when I get closer to my goals, I'm going to share the details of the journey. Maybe I'm going to start a new channel. I was talking to a friend yesterday, and they suggested you should have like a fitness channel. I was like, okay, well, I have to get skinnier, get more in shape to start a fitness channel. But maybe that's going to be, you know, MuslimSkeptic Fitness. And I'll give you all my tips and tricks. John Bolton says, please have Kevork El-Messian from Syrian Analysis sometime in your show. That'd be awesome. Yeah, maybe. Women don't belong in video games. It's Gamergate. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Let's go. Adnan doing the work to get on in the Epstein list. Played FIFA as a millennial. Definitely had a great childhood. Yeah, I'm a millennial. Famo says it's worse, Akhi. The Wahhabis claim Palestinians sold their land to the Jews and moved to the West, said they should go back and fight instead of criticizing MBS, etc. Yeah, it's despicable. Muslim Boogeyman, I'm on the same journey, lost almost 10 kgs in 3 months. That's amazing. That's, let's say that's 24 pounds or 25 pounds in 3 months. That's a lot. That's great. I've lost, in the past 6 weeks, I've lost 12 pounds. So that's like 6 kg. About less than 1 kg a week. Daniel, Inspiring Philosophy, said he was furious in your debate and it took all his willpower to not come at you. So what's that short little dork gonna do? LOL. Yeah, the guy is like maybe 150, not even 150, maybe 140 pounds soaking wet. Like he's almost half my size. So he was holding himself back. It didn't really show, did it? Like, he didn't seem like he was that angry. Thanks, bro. Yexi for the super chat. Daniel, do you still watch basketball? I caught some of the NBA finals this year. I talked about it in a previous show. Okay, my brothers, I'm happy that we got a chance to connect because I know I haven't been doing much in terms of shows. Oh, this is nice. One Up Slime says, I went from being 361 pounds to 225. Took me about a year and a half. I used to play football. That's awesome, bro. Great job, mashallah. That is significant. That is really significant. 100 and almost 140 pounds. That's amazing, mashallah. And you just feel so much better. Like when you're overweight, you have all these problems, like health problems, obviously, but your bones ache, your joints ache, you get random, like you wake up in the morning and you have pain when you're overweight because your body has to carry so much extra pounds. So there's so many benefits to losing weight, and you can do it. You just have to take the first step. And it's really psychological. Like that's what I've learned in my experience, very deliberately trying to lose weight. And the main thing, just to explain it, is counting calories initially to understand like how much of a surplus in food you're eating. Once you get a good understanding of your calories in and you reduce it, that's like half the journey. That's half the journey, is actually knowing how many calories you're putting in your mouth and how calorie dense certain foods are. People have no idea. People have no idea that when they eat, like even a date, like some of these dates that you eat, like for iftar, like some of them have a lot of calories, like 80 calories in a single date. So if you eat 5 of them, that's 400 calories. And you might think that, oh, it's nothing, it's just 5 dates. But you just downed, you know, anywhere from 300 to 400 calories. That's a lot, especially if the amount of calories that you're burning in a day is only 2,000, let's say. 2,000 calories in a day you're burning, but you're already consuming 400 just from 5 dates. Or you're drinking. A lot of people are getting a lot of their calories from drinks. A lot of people get a lot of calories from condiments. Okay, so when you count calories, that helps you understand, and you have to be like scientific about it, like actually measure your food, look at labels, see exactly what you're eating. You need to do that for at least a month, actually, so that and then you get like an instinct and a sense of like how many calories that you're eating, and then you won't have to be as precise about it later because you've just educated yourself, and you typically eat the same foods like over long periods of time. And that's the first step, is knowing how much calories are coming in to like maintain your weight. And that's another thing, weighing yourself, stepping on a scale every day, at least once a day. That's really critical, and people don't do that. I don't do that. That's my mistake. Whenever I start gaining weight, okay, if you start saying, Daniel, you're looking a little chubby, what you can immediately know is that Daniel's not stepping on the scale on a daily basis. That's the reason. And you can say, you know, Daniel, check the scale, and you can cook me and roast me and bully me into losing weight. But stepping on the scale so that you know, okay, I ate this much calories today, this many calories today, and my weight went up by half a pound or a quarter of a pound. Okay, I need to reduce my calories in. And you do that. You reduce your calories because you're measuring it every single day. Everything that you put in your mouth, everything that you drink. And then once you get like a feel for that, then you can make smart substitutions for what you eat. Because certain foods are going to be denser, or they're going to be more fibrous, and they're going to stay in your stomach longer because they're harder to digest because they have a lot of fiber, and you won't get as hungry as much. Whereas other foods, you eat a lot of it, it has a lot of calories, and you're still not satiated. Junk foods are like that. Processed foods are like that. Sweets are like that. Certain simple carbs are like that. So you start making smart substitutions. Instead of drinking the soft drink, you drink, you know, a 0 calorie, 0 sweetener, what's it called? Spring water, or soda water that has no sweetener, but it's like lightly flavored and it tastes delicious. You like get used to it. 0 calories instead of drinking the Coke, drinking the Pepsi, drinking the Mountain Dew, Sprite. You make smart decisions. That's like the beginning of your journey to weight loss, and you can lose. I lost over 50 pounds doing that. Then I hit a plateau, and then, you know, I fell off for a while. I got back on, fell off, etc. So it's a war. Like, you're fighting yourself, you're fighting your psychology, you're fighting your habits, you're fighting your lifestyle. And it's a difficult challenge. That's why a lot of people like resort to some of these new drugs like Ozempic. And whenever people ask me about it, I say, don't do it. You can lose the weight without the drugs. You don't know the side effects of these drugs. Some of the side effects are really bad. And I was just talking to a friend about some of these side effects. He's taking these drugs, the GLP, and he was saying that, you know, I've lost a lot of weight, but I just don't have any motivation to do anything. Like, it's affected me psychologically, and things taste bland. I'm not looking forward to a good meal. It's like psychologically had an effect on me. And yeah, that's like a mild side effect. There are much worse side effects. Like, people go blind using these drugs. And you can lose just as much weight. It'll take longer. and it will require more willpower, require more effort, but it'll just, your quality of life will actually improve if you do it the natural way as opposed to doing the drugs, to doing the peptides or whatever. But yeah, it's not easy. It's a long-term war, and you win some of the battles, you lose some of the battles. It's important to, another thing that I learned is it's good to have like a cheat day. But as long as you don't go insane on your cheat day, because you can recoup all of your calorie deficit in one day if you really go wild. Especially someone like me, I like to eat, so I can recoup all those calories for a week that I've been at a deficit in a single day. So the cheat day, it has to be more like a cheat meal, and the cheat meal itself has to be like carefully portioned. But it's good, like for willpower, to some days give yourself a break. Or even give yourself a week off. If you've been doing it for months at a time, you've been dieting, give yourself a break. That will recharge your willpower to continue with your diet. Anyway, it's totally doable. It's totally feasible. It's not that complicated. I'll give you all the information at some point. Maybe I'll have a second channel, Muslim Skeptic Fitness, and we'll talk about it. But that's just some tips for you. 10,000 steps a day helps. Yeah, if you're active, but I wouldn't start a new exercise program at the same time you're doing a diet, like you're doing a new diet. Because a lot of people, when they start dieting and they start exercising at the same time, where they don't have a handle on their diet, they end up being more hungry. Your appetite actually increases when you exercise. So you end up eating more and you gain weight. It's counterintuitive. I just started exercising. I've never been active in my life, but now I'm active. I'm working out a few hours a week and I'm actually gaining weight. Well, you're gaining weight because you have more of an appetite, because you're burning calories, but your body is giving you the signal that you need more food. And especially because exercise sometimes triggers cortisol. Cortisol, like this kind of stress hormone in your body. And if you have a psychological response to stress, to eat, which a lot of people do because they're emotional eaters, like it's something that everyone gets into because of the stresses of the modern world. Like they just, okay, I have a hard day at work. In the limited amount of time I have before I have to go to bed for another day of work tomorrow, early in the morning, I just have a little amount of time and I'm going to eat. I'm going to enjoy myself. And so it's like a psychological, you're rewarding yourself with a delicious meal and you enjoy that. So you're creating a kind of feedback loop. And so when you exercise, it creates a stress hormone, the cortisol, and then that triggers you to eat more. And so you start gaining weight after you exercise. Even though you're exercising a lot, you're burning a lot of calories, but you're just recouping it all and then some and more. So it's better not to start exercising at the same time as starting a diet. Wait until you get a handle on your calories, you're able to control that, and then start working in exercise, especially like exercise that makes you sweat. If it's just like walking around the block, that's great, do that. That's not going to spike your cortisol. But if you are lifting weights or you're doing any kind of like zone 2 or zone 3 cardio, then you're gonna start increasing your cortisol, and that's gonna increase your appetite. Okay, anywho, appreciate you guys in the chat and all the super chats. Really appreciate it. Thank you for watching the show. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I won't be back until next week. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I really need to finish my book. You guys are distracting me. ADNAN RASHID is distracting me from my book. Shame on you guys. Shame on them. But we'll be back next week, bi'idhnillah. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter. The link is in the description below. And leave me a comment. Don't forget to like the stream. Sign up for the newsletter to see any summary of the articles that we're publishing. I'm going to publish actually a long article on the concept of taqiyya. Taqiyya for Shia and taqiyya for Sunnis. What have Sunni scholars said about taqiyya? And it's also going to look at what Christians and Jews say about taqiyya, actually. It's a pretty cool article. That'll be published if I do say so myself. I think you'll enjoy it. And it's a little bit longer, but has a lot of information. That's going to be published this week. And yeah, great articles from Beria, from Crypto Cranium. Follow them on X if you haven't already. And we will see you on the next stream. Bi'idhnillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.